Chapter 409. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Awakening. If he used up his trump card, Beast King Rampage, then Yi Xian would be dead meat. He pondered for a moment and finally decided to use an extreme method. Blood for blood. This was because he found that the broadsword Bloody Corpse was wearing an interspatial ring on its left hand. The Blood Corpse could use true Qi and martial arts, which meant that it could also use interspatial rings. Let's do this. Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly. He held the Dragonslayer sword in one hand and slashed at the Blood Corpse. Huh, you want to trade arms with me? I'll grant you your wish. The Blood Corpse immediately understood Yi Xian's intention, but it had no intention of dodging. It raised its hand and slashed at Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian suddenly dodged and slashed at the Blood Corpse's left arm with his crescent blade. At the same time, his Dragonslayer sword had already cut into the Blood Corpse's arm. Fortunately, the defense of this large saber Blood Corpse wasn't very strong, so it was directly slashed down by Yi Xian's sword. Rip! Two clear and loud sounds rang out as the two arms were separated from the main body. The Blood Corpse laughed arrogantly. It swept out at lightning speed and cut a big hole in Yi Xian's stomach. Originally, Yi Xian would not have been hit. However, his target was the arm, so he had to bear the injury. Yi Xian's left arm and shoulder were cut off. There was a hole in his abdomen. He was in great pain. However, he felt that it was all worth it. Huh, kid, the Blood Corpse refined by Master has extremely strong recovery ability. In less than 2 seconds, I will be able to grow a new one. The great sword Blood Corpse laughed maniacally again. Is that so? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. His wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? Dao and Bloody Corpse were both stunned. They subconsciously glanced at their left arm and realized that their recovery speed was actually slower than Yi Xian's. How could a human have such a recovery speed? However, in the next moment, his expression became extremely gloomy because he saw that the number of Yi Xian's wyverns had changed. Only then did he recall that Yi Xian had a special ability that allowed him to instantly increase his cultivation level. Originally, Yi Xian only had 143 dragons. However, after obtaining the Universe Ring of the Great Saber Blood Corpse, his entire person was different. Ding! Host has broken through to 115 dragon power. When the system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind, his 143 draconic force suddenly increased to 150 draconic force. Right now, he had a speed comparable to 180 dragon strength. The expressions of the big saber Blood Corpse and the big sword Blood Corpse suddenly changed. They had a bad feeling. Big brother, let me help you. The sword Blood Corpse saw that the situation was not right and immediately rushed forward. The Dao Blood Corpse did not object. Instead, he held his crescent blade with one hand and rushed toward Yi Xian. My speed was about the same as yours just now. Even if you get used to it now, your speed won't increase by much. However, my speed has increased by nearly 10 dragon power. Now, do you still dare to fight me? Suddenly, a murderous intent appeared. Without waiting for his left arm to recover, Yi Xian attacked again. After breaking through, his speed had obviously increased compared to the two Blood Corpses. Although it was only his speed, it was enough to deal with the two Blood Corpses. Clang! 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 The two Blood Corpses cooperated well, but they could not keep up with Yi Xian's speed. Even if 2 more Blood Corpses joined in, it would be useless. In the third round of the battle, a different sound finally rang out. This sound was not the sound of the 2 Blood Corpses' heads being cut off. Instead, it was the sound of the entire main hall shaking. What a strong sense of oppression. Yi Xian suddenly felt a huge pressure from the golden coffin in the center of the main hall. It's the master is going to wake up. The Dao Blood Corpse exclaimed. What? This sentence scared Yi Xian half to death. How could he not understand that the master in the mouth of the Dao Blood Corpse was the Qi Lian Lord? It's over, and I forgot about it. Until now, Yi Xian remembered this thing, that is, the resurrection needs human blood. However, he had forgotten about this matter. His face suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley. At this time, the main hall did not have any exit. How could he escape? Just when he was shocked, the sound in the main hall suddenly became louder, and then the surrounding doors were directly opened. Not good, the master wakes up, thousands of corpses kneel. The Dao Blood Corpse opened his eyes. This mechanism has been set as early as hundreds of years ago. As long as the Golden Armor General, that is, the Qi Lian Lord is resurrected, then all iron corpses and copper corpses will come to meet. However, to Yi Xian, this was a shocking piece of good news. Go! Yi Xian seemed to have seen hope. He didn't care about the two blood corpses and directly turned around to leave. He used the speed of 180 dragon strength to rush into a large door. The Dao Blood Corpse saw this and was ready to catch up, but was stopped by the Dao Blood Corpse. Big brother, what are you doing? The Dao Blood Corpse was surprised. The Dao Blood Corpse replied, Don't chase, the master has just woken up and is extremely weak. We have to stay with him to avoid accidents. After his reminder, the Great Sword Blood Corpse also reacted and nodded, That's right, and that door leads to the Netherworld Abyss. There is a flying centipede of the second order Qi controlling realm there. If he breaks in, he will die. Booming. At this time, the golden coffin suddenly opened, and immediately a man in golden armor sat up. This man in golden armor is naturally the Qi Lian Lord of 100 years ago. Congratulations to the master for waking up. The Dao Blood Corpse and the Dao Blood Corpse kneeled on one knee and said respectfully. At the same time, a large number of iron corpses came in from all directions, all kneeling. The golden armor man stood up from the golden coffin, the pair of bloody eyes blinked, and the corner of his mouth was slightly raised. At the same time, Yi Xian, who rushed into a passage, also killed all the way out. The speed of 180 dragons made him invincible. Any iron corpse in the way was killed by him. If it was in the past, he would definitely collect the corpses of these iron corpses, but at this time the situation was urgent, and he did not know when the Qi Lian Lord would catch up. So, he ran wildly. This is a road, there is no fork in the road, so he ran all the way down. After a while, his speed was reduced, and the duration of the Beast King's fury passed. But to be on the safe side, he used the Beast King's fury again, and his speed soared again. Chapter 410. Chapter 410. Chapter 410. Back to the Netherworld Abyss. Huff, huff, that scared me to death. But why didn't the two blood corpses and the golden armored corpse king chase after me? Yi Xian panted heavily, very puzzled. Even so, he did not think too much about it. It was already very good to be able to survive. He looked around and found that he had rushed out of a cave. At this time, there was a purple fog. Seeing this, Yi Xian could not help but be startled. Is this the Netherworld Abyss? He murmured. The Netherworld Abyss was the place he had barged into to avoid Elder Yan's pursuit. But now, he had entered again. The Netherworld Abyss is a dangerous place in the Redwood territory. No one dares to enter. It is said that even the Redwood territory lord does not dare to. Yi Xian was helpless. Even the Redwood territory lord, who was in the spirit realm, did not dare to enter. He, who was in the spirit realm, was probably doomed. It's impossible to turn back. It seems that I can only find a way out here. Yi Xian glanced behind him, then quickly entered the purple fog. At this time, it was as if he was walking on a single plank bridge. One end of the bridge was a tiger, and the other was a lion. He was in a dilemma. It was said that the Netherworld Abyss was filled with poisonous creatures with over 100 dragon power. In addition to the purple fog, it was the most dangerous place in the Redwood territory. However, Yi Xian had the blood of the sacred tree of life in his body. He was not afraid of poison, but he was afraid of those stronger sacred beasts, such as the flying centipede of the Royal Air Level 2. After Yi Xian entered the purple fog, he took out his compass. He remembered that when he was chased by Elder Yen, he went all the way north into the netherworld abyss. So this time, he needed to go south. Maybe he could return to that place. He held the Bahuang sword in his hand and walked carefully. At this time, he was an expert with 115 dragon power. If he used Beast King Rage, he could reach 150 dragon power. However, if he encountered some powerful sacred beasts and was ambushed when he reacted, it would be a tragedy. So, he was very careful. He walked for a while, and suddenly a sound entered his ears. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly turned around. Hiss! The dragon-slaying sword struck something and it fell to the ground. Yi Xian focused his eyes and realized that it was a small green snake as thick as a finger. At this moment, the small snake had been cut in half, but the two halves of its body were still writhing. At that moment, Yi Xian finished it off with another slash. The little green snake died in an instant. However, its nerves still allowed it to bite, and its tail continued to twist. Yi Xian put the corpse into his devouring space. He estimated that this little green snake was about 115 dragon sacred beast, just like him. It would be great if everyone here was at this level. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Now, he only had one chance to use Beast King's Rampage, and he had to use it carefully. He continued forward. At this time, 2 hours had passed since Yi Xian entered the netherworld abyss. In this half an hour, he encountered many sacred beasts, and all of them were poisonous. The most powerful one was a killer bee with 130 dragon sacred beast. Yi Xian did not react in time and was accidentally stung, and he was in pain for an entire hour. The pain he suffered in this hour was more than the pain he suffered in the past 3 days. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life, or else he would have continued to feel pain until his nerves collapsed. There were many sacred beasts in the netherworld abyss, and Yi Xian also collected some corpses. He saved some corpses to use Beast King's Rampage, and then devoured the rest of the corpses. These corpses allowed him to break through from 115 dragon power to 117 dragon power. His self-defense ability also increased. At the same time, it also increased his chances of breaking through to the spirit realm by 2%, reaching 27%. This chance was less than 1 in 3. This chance of breaking through was actually his biggest trump card. If the golden armored corpse king caught up, and he could not defeat it with Beast King's Rampage, he would try to break through. Although there was only a 1 in 4 chance, this was the only thing he could do. Fortunately, breaking through from the spirit realm to the spirit realm could increase the success rate by consuming treasures. Yi Xian memorized these treasures in his heart. At this time, he was wondering if the nether grass that could increase the chances of breaking through by 10% was in the netherworld abyss. If he could obtain it, then his chances of breaking through would reach 37%. Nether grass, the netherworld abyss, hope is here. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. He was risking his life to find the nether grass. It would be best if he could find it, but if he could not, it was fine. After all, his main goal was to leave the netherworld abyss. He continued to walk south. After walking for another half an hour, he suddenly stopped. He did not dare to make a sound, because there seemed to be a huge thing passing by above his head. Hiss! A hissing sound entered Yi Xian's ears. He had heard this sound before. A flying centipede that was comparable to a level 2 flying centipede. Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me. Yi Xian stood in the same place as he muttered in his heart. A level 2 flying centipede had at least 200 dragon power. At the same time, it was also the ruler of the netherworld abyss. If he was noticed by this thing, Yi Xian would not be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. After sensing that the flying centipede had left, Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief. If something had ambushed him just now, he would have been finished. After such a thing happened, his footsteps quickened. However, 2 minutes after the flying centipede passed by, Yi Xian suddenly felt that something was wrong. He felt that he had been here before. At this time, the formation-breaking master bloodline in his body began to take effect. He realized that there should be a maze formation here. What's going on? Why would there be a maze formation in a damned place like the Netherworld Abyss? Yi Xian said in surprise. The Netherworld Abyss was the most dangerous place in the Redwood Territory. Even the Redwood Territory Lord did not dare to enter. However, there was a maze formation in such a dangerous place. What was going on? Could it be that there is some kind of treasure here? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. He was very curious, but also very afraid. Good things were often accompanied by danger. Many heaven and earth treasures were guarded by powerful saint beasts. Therefore, he dismissed the idea and decided to get out of here first. Then, he took out an earth tool that he had once forged and inserted it into the ground. However, this maze formation was very powerful. He walked back in less than a minute. He was very helpless, but he was very calm because there were usually no saint beasts in a maze formation. Chapter 411. Chapter 411 Chapter 411 Great upheaval in Redwood region. Now, Yi Xian's bloodline was full. His combat bloodline was the Sword Emperor bloodline, his physique bloodline was the Beast King bloodline, and his support bloodline was the Sacred Tree of Life bloodline. If he wanted to fuse with another top-notch bloodline, he would need the bloodline expansion window. However, he currently did not have the ability to do so. However, what he did not expect the most was that he was trapped in this maze formation. Furthermore, he was trapped for over a month. More than a month later, Yi Xian finally came out of the maze. At the same time, he also left the Netherworld Abyss. During this month, Yi Xian was on the verge of going crazy. He had lost count of how many times he had gone around in circles. The treasure-hunting deer bloodline in his body boiled up countless times, indicating that there were supreme-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures around him, but he couldn't find them. Not only that. In the past month or so, the flying centipede had flown over his head at least 50 times. At first, he would remind them to be scared, but later on, he would calmly watch the flying centipede pass by. That was because he felt that the flying centipede was just a decoration. Other than flying around in the sky and crying out for no reason, it didn't notice him at all. Of course, this was under the condition that he didn't jump up or ride Megatron in the sky. This flying centipede was the guardian of the Netherworld Abyss. At this time, outside the Netherworld Abyss. Motherf asterisk Kerr, I've been trapped here for more than a month. Which idiot set up this maze? Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. He reckoned that there must be something good in that place protected by the maze formation. There might even be nether grass. However, with his current strength, he was still unable to break through that maze formation. Fortunately, he had successfully walked out of the Netherworld Abyss. At the same time, his realm had also broken through to 120 dragons' power. He had a 30% chance of breaking through to the spirit realm, but he did not dare to try. After leaving the Netherworld Abyss, Yi Xian quickly left. He did not want to stay in this damned place any longer. His current position was near where he had been chased into the Netherworld Abyss. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Let's find a place to eat first. Yi Xian did not want to create more trouble for himself and left. There was a city nearby, so he decided to go into the city and eat something first. This city was called Nether City, and it was the closest city to the Nether Abyss. The reason why there were people living in this city was because the Saint Beasts had never left the Nether Abyss after its formation. Otherwise, this city would have been abandoned long ago. After entering Nether City, Yi Xian found a restaurant and ordered some dishes. It was at this moment that he heard another shocking thing. It turned out that during this 1+ month that he was trapped in the netherworld abyss, a major event had occurred in the Redwood territory. The sects in Redwood territory were massacred by a mysterious army. And this legion is the corpse legion of the Lord of Qi Lian. Just the tens of thousands of copper corpses were enough to wipe out all the sects, not to mention the thousands of iron corpses that numbered over 100 dragons. The Qi Lian Lord occupied all the sects in a short month, and then pointed the spear at a city. Redwood City. Redwood City was the main city of the Redwood territory, and also the place where the Redwood territory Lord lived. Simply put, the Qi Lian Lord wanted to re-own the Redwood territory. Although the current Redwood Lord was a spirit realm master, he only had a strength of 140 dragons. In the face of 2 blood corpses of 160 dragons, there was still a lot of pressure. However, what made Yi Xian most surprised was that the Qi Lian Lord and the 2 blood corpses did not seem to have appeared, because the 2 people at the next table never mentioned it. The Qi Lian Lord should have been resurrected, but there may have been an accident. Maybe it was because he was very weak after the resurrection, or he was afraid of attracting the attention of other territory masters. Yi Xian guessed in his heart. From the discussion of the 2 people at the next table, he also knew that now the Corpse Legion had been pressed to the edge of the Redwood City, and in a while, the Redwood City would be massacred. Therefore, the residents of Redwood City had migrated to other places, and even those families had migrated. When Yi Xian heard the news, his heart was also secretly thinking that the Qi Lian Lord's ambition was too big. He wanted to occupy all the sects in the Redwood territory, and then refine those masters into copper corpses or iron corpses. Yi Xian suddenly became interested. Because now he was not the same as he was a month ago. 120 dragons, and if he used the Beast King's rampage, it would reach 156 dragons. At that time, he could definitely kill the 2 blood corpses. However, the golden armored corpse king that had never appeared made him somewhat afraid. Let's go and inquire about it first. Yi Xian thought about it in his heart and then left. Fortunately, the Corpse Legion did not crush the city, otherwise he would not even have food to eat. After leaving, he went to investigate, to find out what realm the Qi Lian Lord was when he disappeared 100 years ago. Then, he was ready to go to Redwood City to have a look. If the Corpse Legion were all holy beast iron corpses, it would be a huge fortune for him. Moreover, if the Corpse Legion attacked Redwood City, there would be a large number of deaths. At that time, Yi Xian could fish in troubled waters, and maybe he could break through to 130 dragons. After inquiring, Yi Xian also understood that when the Qi Lian Lord disappeared, he had already exceeded 140 dragons, but he had not broken through to the spirit realm. Yi Xian estimated that even if the Qi Lian Lord was resurrected, it should be around 170 or 180 dragons. This kind of realm, even he could deal with it now. Therefore, Yi Xian did not hesitate to rush to Redwood City. The corpse army pressured the border, and the surrounding cities of Redwood City had become empty cities. At the same time, the Redwood Lord also invited many experts to resist this corpse army. At this time, Yi Xian had already broken through to 99 dragons in Wuxia, and arrived in the sky around Redwood City. Wuxia was also stuck at 99 dragons. If he wanted to break through to 100 dragons and break through to the spirit realm, he would need something called the Black Jade Essence. Oregon Wuxia's breakthrough was much easier than Yi Xian's. He only needed the Black Jade Essence or to break through after eating it. However, right now, Yi Xian did not have time to help him find it. It is said that the Corpse Legion is divided into 10 groups, and each small army has 1,000 iron corpses and 10,000 copper corpses. Yi Xian rode Wuxia and looked around, and he accidentally found the station of an army. He looked down from thousands of meters away and found that there were humans and holy beasts in the army, and the leaders were several human silver corpses. At this time, Yi Xian also understood why the Qi Lian Lord wanted to attack Redwood City. Chapter 4:12. Chapter 412 Attacking Redwood City. Qi Lian was here to take back what belonged to him. Although this was acceptable, no one would want their lord to be something that was neither human nor ghost. Right at this time, the 10,000 corpse legion below suddenly moved. Could it be that they're starting to attack Redwood City? Yi Xian lowered his might. Shocks the world a little. He glanced around but didn't find the 2 blood corpses. In that case, all of you walking corpses will become my experience points. Yi Xian's eyes widened, and he directly fell. Before he landed, he launched a storm-like attack. Plop! A loud sound rang out, and Yi Xian landed in the middle of the corpse army. Only he dared to do this. Yi Xian looked around and found that there were many human iron corpses around. He immediately frowned and showed a look of disgust. Yi Xian was helping them free. The few human silver corpses in the lead also knew that someone had broken into their army, but they didn't care and turned to leave. They thought that Yi Xian would definitely be drowned by the corpse tide. However, they were wrong. They heard the loud sounds behind them. The human who broke into their corpse army hadn't been killed yet. What a joke. Yi Xian had 120 dragons of strength and 3 bloodlines. He could kill these iron corpses as easily as stepping on ants. He was so busy that he didn't have time to pick up the corpses. Damn human. How dare he disturb Master's plan? I'll kill him. A human silver corpse coldly snorted and turned around to rush back. He only had 115 dragons. When he rushed near Yi Xian and saw Yi Xian's realm, he regretted it. Yi Xian had 120 dragons of strength. Master gave me a body. Even if it's 120 dragons, I still have the guts to fight. This human silver corpse was very brave and directly rushed forward. Yi Xian turned his head and saw him. With a sweep of his sword, he cut open his head. What a joke. A mere 115 dragons dared to find trouble with him. The reason why Yi Xian chose to land within the army and not look for trouble with those human silver corpses was because he was afraid that after killing these silver corpses, the entire army would be leaderless and disperse in a hubbub. That was why he started with the iron corpses. If the entire army was scattered, then the surrounding cities and towns would be finished. Yi Xian did not want to become a sinner, so he had to avoid these silver corpses. This legion had 1,000 iron corpses and 10,000 bronze corpses. However, this number was rapidly decreasing. Yi Xian could easily kill dozens of iron corpses with a single strike of Dragon's Judgment. If he were to go to the copper corpses, he could probably kill hundreds of them with a single strike. Human bronze corpses and iron corpses were useless to him, so he only collected the corpses of saint beasts. His realm was also rising bit by bit. Ding! Host has broken through to 121 dragon power. Ding! Host has broken through to 122 dragon power. Ding! Host has broken through to 123 dragon power. In less than 3 minutes, this army of corpses was annihilated by Yi Xian, along with the few human silver corpses. Looking at the corpses on the floor, Yi Xian snorted coldly. This is only a small group of the real legion. There are still 9 more, Yi Xian thought to himself and quickly left. It seemed that this time, he could indeed break through to 130 dragon power. He rode on Wei Zhentian and circled around. As expected, he encountered a second small legion. He immediately rushed down again. This legion allowed him to increase his dragon power by 2, reaching 125 dragon power. He calculated in his heart. If all 10 legions were to be destroyed by him, 130 dragon power would be more than enough. Then, Yi Xian went to find the 3rd small legion. After the 3rd small legion was destroyed, he increased his dragon power by 1 more. However, when he found the 4th legion, it was already intercepted by a group of people. 100 people against an entire legion, Yi Xian watched from above. These 100 people all had the dragon power of 100, and the leader had the dragon power of 130. It seemed that they were experts from the big clans of Redwood City. The battle had been going on for a while. Fortunately, they did not have time to collect the corpses, so Yi Xian benefited. Soon, Yi Xian collected all the corpses and began to hunt the iron corpses. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. He's wearing a strange mask, but it's fine as long as he's on our side. He's so strong. He has 127 dragon power. When did our Redwood City have such an expert? These people were also surprised by Yi Xian's identity. However, Yi Xian was too lazy to pay attention to them. He focused on cleaning up. With the help of these people, Yi Xian had a much easier time. At the same time, the spoils of war were much fewer. Damn it, I can't even increase my dragon power. Yi Xian was helpless. He immediately left and rushed to the next place. When he arrived at the 4th Legion, sure enough, there were also humans cleaning up. He still did not increase his dragon power. He estimated that if the remaining 6 legions of corpses were not held back, they should have already attacked Redwood City. Therefore, this time, he rushed directly to Redwood City. 6 small legions, at least 6,000 iron corpses, and 60,000 copper corpses. With such a huge number of people piling into Redwood City would definitely be razed to the ground. Fortunately, Redwood Lord was not too stupid. He had already gathered all the experts on a rock with the dragon power of 100 and watched from above. Redwood Lord was a spirit realm expert with the dragon power of 140. Other than that, the others were consecrated with the dragon power of 120 and 30. Where did this corpse legion come from? It almost destroyed my Redwood Lord. I heard that there is a faction called the Corpse Master sect in the Ghost Tomb territory. All the disciples in the sect can refine corpses and control corpses. Could it be that the leader behind this corpse legion is a disciple of the Corpse Master sect? Isn't the Ghost Tomb territory an intermediate territory? That's right. It is said that there are 3 lords in the Ghost Tomb territory. All 3 of them are spirit realm experts. Don't talk so much. Let's deal with this corpse legion first. The experts on the rock suddenly quieted down. Rumble. At this time, a rumbling sound came from afar. They're here, Lord. We'll go over here. The experts with the dragon power of 120 asked to leave. Be careful. Redwood Lord nodded. Immediately after, a series of loud sounds came from another direction. A few more people went forward and were ordered to destroy the Corpse Legion. Long ago, they had also formulated a plan. That was to first send 2 teams to clean up the Legion. Chapter 4:13. Chapter 4:13 Chapter 4:13 Luring the tiger away from the mountain. As for the Redwood Horde, he naturally could not make a move because he knew that there was a mastermind behind the Corpse Legion. However, he would never have thought that the mastermind behind the scenes was actually the Redwood Horde Lord who disappeared 100 years ago. He was the Redwood Horde Lord who fought with his father. 100 years ago, the Redwood Horde Lord was already planning his revenge. Although the 7th Horde Lord might have died, killing his descendants was still a very satisfying thing to do. Rumble. Now, there were loud noises coming from all directions. It just so happened that the experts of the Redwood City divided up the 6 corpse legions. At this time, only the old Redwood Horde Lord was left on the rock. Although he was surrounded by tens of thousands of corpses, the Redwood Horde Lord did not move at all. He stood quietly and felt the battle on all sides. Suddenly, he turned his head. Over here, the Redwood Horde Lord's eyes narrowed. He stepped out and directly flew in a direction. Martial artists in the spirit realm could walk in the air, and he was no exception. As for what led him away, it was needless to say. Naturally, it was one of the 2 blood corpses. Ha ha ha, you're finally here. In the east of the Redwood City, the great sword blood corpse looked at the redwood horde lord who was walking in the air and laughed. Just now, he mixed in with this small army and killed the human experts who came to stop the corpse legion. Moreover, his realm was not the same as it was more than a month ago. He had broken through to 170 dragon power. However, he was still in the spirit realm. When the redwood horde lord saw the great sword blood corpse, he could not help but be moved. 170 dragon blood corpses? Huh, are you afraid? Although the great sword blood corpse was in the spirit realm, his strength was 30 dragon power higher than the redwood horde lord. He might be able to fight. Is it you who commanded the corpse legion, disturbed my redwood horde, and wanted to raze my redwood city to the ground? The redwood horde lord narrowed his eyes and asked. That's right. The great sword blood corpse nodded. Why? No reason. Isn't it enough to turn you into my kind? The great sword blood corpse asked back. This explanation was sufficient. The broadsword blood corpse was no longer a human. Although it still had consciousness, its mind had changed greatly. It was possible that killing had become its nature. Therefore, the redwood overlord believed him. If that's the case, then I'll get rid of you now. Redwood overlord didn't waste any more words. After all, every second he wasted meant that a human expert would sacrifice their life for Redwood City. He stood in the air and threw a punch at the broadsword blood corpse. When one's strength reached 100 dragon force in the strength realm, one could attempt to break through. If one broke through to the spirit realm, the strength of one's true chi would greatly increase. Furthermore, one would be able to walk on air. Although the redwood lord was weaker than the great blade blood corpse by 30 dragon power, he was still in the spirit realm. If they really fought, he would definitely have the upper hand. After all, martial arts mainly relied on Jin Qi. Brute force was not very useful for a spirit realm expert who could fly. The broadsword blood corpse moved quickly and dodged the fist shadow. However, the iron corpses behind it did not survive. What a cunning human. However, I'm not a pushover either. The broadsword blood corpse shouted and rushed forward at full speed. Then, it suddenly jumped up and slashed down with its broadsword above its head. Whoosh whoosh. This slash was like a hot knife through butter. However, the redwood overlord merely moved his body and dodged it. However, the redwood overlord did not attack the broadsword blood corpse. Instead, he suddenly rose into the air and madly attacked the corpse army behind the broadsword blood corpse. All of his attacks were wide-range attacks. In less than 10 seconds, the 10,000 copper corpses and iron corpses were all blown up. Blood flowed like a river. How cunning. However, I don't care about these trash. The broadsword blood corpse sneered. He knew that he couldn't do anything to the redwood overlord, but the redwood overlord shouldn't be able to do anything to him either. His plan was only to stall the redwood overlord. That's right, it was only to stall. That was because the broadsword blood corpse was on the other side clearing out the human experts. Of course, the redwood overlord didn't know that. Old man, eat my blade. The broadsword blood corpse leaped into the air again in order to not expose his plan. Humph, the redwood overlord easily dodged the attack. In the next moment, he suddenly landed on the ground. Next, he was going to use his true strength. You still have the advantage in the air. Do you really think you can defeat me on land? The broadsword blood corpse was surprised. Although you are stronger than me, you are still in the physical force realm. I will let you know the difference between the physical force realm and the spirit realm. The redwood overlord waved his hand and took out a middle-grade heaven artifact. Then let me see how strong you are. The broadsword blood corpse's eyes flashed as he rushed up again. The redwood overlord's face turned serious as he went up to meet the broadsword blood corpse. One was in the spirit realm with 140 dragons, while the other was in the spirit realm with 170 dragons. No one could tell who was the one who was challenging the higher realm. However, this was all for later. Now, it was time to see who was stronger. At the same time, in another direction, the broadsword blood corpse was having a great time killing. He had also increased his strength to 170 dragons. Killing the 120 and 130 dragons was like cutting tofu for him. After slaughtering the humans on one side, the broadsword blood corpse ran to the other side. In a few minutes, the human experts were all wiped out. That old man Redwood Overlord must be entangled with Big Brother. The broadsword blood corpse laughed and pointed his sword at Redwood City. There were more than 50,000 bronze corpses and iron corpses, which were enough to flatten Redwood City. At this moment, the Redwood Overlord, who was fighting with the broadsword blood corpse, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He immediately flew up to the sky to take a look. Oh no, I fell into a trap. Only now did Redwood Tribal Lord realize that he had been lured away from the mountain. He was afraid that there was a second blood corpse slaughtering his subordinates. Damn it! He cursed and turned to leave. It's too late to realize it now. However, I won't let you go so easily. Die! The broadsword blood corpse laughed and rushed up again. Get lost! The Redwood Overlord threw out a palm attack. Bang! Although the broadsword blood corpse was pushed back, he was not injured. He sneered, "You realized it too late. I'm afraid that my second brother has already entered the city. It won't be long before your Redwood City becomes a ruin." The Redwood Horde leader ignored him and flew into the sky, into the city. He looked around in the sky. Sure enough, some iron corpses had already entered Redwood City. If Yi Xian was here, he would definitely think that the city was surrounded by giants and zombies. Chapter 4:14. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation 2 Spirit Realms. The Redwood Overlord's face was gloomy as he flew in a certain direction. Due to his pride, he did not send his family out. This was going to be troublesome. However, when he arrived at the Redwood City Governor's mansion, he found that it was in ruins. It had been crushed by the iron corpse. No! Redwood Overlord went crazy. His family members were all here. At this moment, a scarlet figure entered his sight. It was the Greatsword Blood Corpse. The Greatsword Blood Corpse's sword was dripping with blood. It was holding a human head in its hand. It was one of the Redwood Overlord's daughters. "Old man, you're too late." The Greatsword Blood Corpse licked its lips. "I'm going to kill you." The Redwood Overlord went crazy and charged toward the Greatsword Blood Corpse. Good timing. The Greatsword Blood Corpse kicked the head away and charged toward the Redwood Overlord. The Greatsword Blood Corpse and the Greatsword Blood Corpse both had 170 dragon power. There was not much difference in their strength. Since the Redwood Overlord could not do anything to the Greatsword Blood Corpse, it was natural that he could not do anything to the Greatsword Blood Corpse. However, the Greatsword Blood Corpse was also on its way. Sure enough, the Greatsword Blood Corpse had also arrived 5 seconds after the two of them fought. The Redwood Overlord felt immense pressure when the two blood corpses joined forces. However, he was already in a killing frenzy. After all, the entire governor's mansion had been destroyed. What was the point of him living alone? Two 170 dragon strength realm warriors were fighting against one 140 dragon spirit realm warrior. In terms of realm, the Redwood Territory Lord had the upper hand, but in terms of strength and numbers, he lost by quite a bit. Therefore, in less than 10 rounds, he was covered in wounds. He looked like he was at the end of his rope. He was going all out. Even if he died, he had to kill the two blood corpses. Is he going all out? The Greatsword Blood Corpse's eyes flashed. He could recover quickly from his injuries, but the Redwood Overlord could not. Therefore, he felt that the Redwood Overlord would be the one to die in the end. However, at this moment, suddenly, a large black shadow swept over from the horizon. Immediately after, a blood-red figure descended. What? The two blood corpses and the Redwood Overlord were both shocked. It was another blood corpse that landed. What was going on? Both parties were frightened, but in the next moment, the broadsword blood corpse and the broadsword blood corpse's faces darkened, because this blood corpse was charging toward them. 170 dragons. It was also a blood corpse of 170 dragons. Impossible. How could there be a blood corpse? Our master consumed countless natural treasures and spent 100 years to refine us. Where did this blood corpse come from? The Great Blade blood corpse was extremely shocked. In the next moment, they felt that this bloody corpse was somewhat familiar. Left Protector? The Great Blade bloody corpse recognized him. This Left Protector was one of the generals under the command of the 7th Redwood Lord, who been, 100 years ago. It really is you too. The sword-wielding blood corpse also recognized the other party. Left Protector, you've also become a blood corpse. This means that the old bastard is still alive. The Great Blade blood corpse frowned. Not bad. Just as he finished speaking, another figure suddenly descended from the sky. Like the Redwood Overlord, this figure was able to stand in the air. It was an old man with a long blood-red beard. He looked very similar to the Redwood Overlord. When the Redwood Overlord saw the two new blood corpses, he was shocked. However, when he saw the person who could fly like him, he immediately exclaimed, "Father?" This blood-bearded old man was the 7th Redwood Lord, Hu Bin. He was also the current Redwood Overlord's father. The Redwood Overlord was shocked. Back then, Hu Bin had passed the position of Overlord to him and then went out to travel. He had never returned, so the Redwood Overlord thought that Hu Bin had died outside. However, after a few decades, even if there was no accident, Hu Bin would have died of old age. However, he did not expect that his father would also become a blood corpse and live to this day. If he counted, his father was probably more than 130 years old. It really is you, old man. The broadsword blood corpse and the broadsword blood corpse recognized him. Back then, it was this old man who had bribed them and caused them to be killed by Qi Lian. You are still alive, which means that Qi Lian is still alive. Qi Lian, are you not coming out? The blood-bearded old man shouted. In the next moment, another figure descended from the clouds. It was another spirit realm expert. Qi Lian, it really is you. The blood-bearded old man, Hu Bin, looked at the blood-eyed middle-aged man in front of him. Old man, back then, you severely injured me for the corpse-controlling secret record. However, you would never expect that the corpse-controlling secret record you obtained was not complete. I think that you should be stuck at 170 dragons, right? Qi Lian narrowed his blood-red eyes and asked. The blood-bearded old man, Hu Bin, was stunned. He sighed in his heart. Qi Lian's guess was accurate. I was able to injure you severely 100 years ago. I can still do it today. Hu Bin snorted coldly. Then, you can try. Qi Lian's eyes flashed, and 18 great flying dragons rose up. 180 dragons of power. Moreover, it was the spirit realm. The Redwood Overlord and Hu Bin's face sank. The former's emotions fluctuated. He originally thought that Hu Bin's appearance could turn the situation around. However, it seemed that was not the case. If he and the Left Protector worked together, they could fight against the two blood corpses, Broadsword and Broadsword. However, Hu Bin and Qi Lian had a difference of 10 dragons. In this situation, unless one side died, the battle would not end. Kill. After 2 seconds of stalemate, the two sides suddenly attacked. 3 against 3. On the Redwood City side, there were 2 Spirit Realm experts and a blood corpse. On the Thousand Corpse Legion side, there were 2 blood corpses and Qi Lian, who had a Spirit Realm of 180 dragons. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose. However, one should not forget that the 1,000-corpse legion had tens of thousands of copper corpses. If they were to rush in, Redwood City would be finished. Even if the human experts who went to intercept the 1,000-corpse legion returned, they would not be able to stop so many. However, there was still a decisive factor in this battle. At this moment, in a layer of clouds above Redwood City, 170 dragons of Spirit Realm, 180 dragons of Spirit Realm, 140 dragons of Spirit Realm, and 3 blood corpses of 170 dragons, Yi Xian's eyes shone. If he obtained all of these people's items, breaking through to 140 dragons would not be a dream. He was currently only at 127 dragons. Even if he used Beast King Rampage, he might not be able to kill everyone. TSK, let them fight until both sides are injured. I'll gain some experience now. Yi Xian laughed sinisterly and suddenly jumped down. This 1,000-corpse legion was like an ant to him. He could easily trample them to death. Chapter 4:15. Yi Xian's entrance. Yi Xian was very fast. In 1 second, he could kill hundreds of bronze corpses. In just a few minutes, more than half of the Iron Corpse army was killed. At the same time, Yi Xian's realm increased to 129 dragons. He was 1 dragon away from 130 dragons. Yi Xian suddenly paused. He turned his head to look at the distant sky. The battle was still ongoing. It had been a few minutes, but they were still fighting. It seemed that the difference in strength between the two sides was not big. Coincidentally, Yi Xian also had time to deal with the remaining corpses. After Yi Xian dealt with most of the remaining iron corpses and copper corpses, his strength finally rose to 130 dragon strength. Rumble. Coincidentally, the battle in the distance was also coming to an end. After 10 minutes of fighting, both sides' chi was almost depleted. Yi Xian glanced over and approached. Qi Lian, although your talent is not bad and your realm is higher than mine, the martial art left behind by my ancestor is not something you can handle. Hu Bin looked at Qi Lian coldly. Qi Lian's blood-red eyes flashed. He sneered. Is that so? After saying that, the great wyvern flying around him began to burn. He's burning his qi. Hu Bin sucked in a breath of cold air. He was really daring. Burning his qi would cause his realm to drop. However, in a life-and-death situation, burning his qi was not a big deal. Damn it, I don't know how to burn my qi. This is bad. Hu Bin's face darkened. Before he could finish his thought, Qi Lian had already arrived in front of him. Bang! Qi Lian slashed out with his sword, sending Hu Bin flying. The gap between them widened. In the blink of an eye, Hu Bin was at a disadvantage. The victor would be decided soon. At this time, Yi Xian, who was watching from the clouds, revealed a cunning expression. Qi Lian had 180 dragons, and he was still in the spirit realm. Even if he used Beast King Rampage, he might not be a match for him. However, Qi Lian was burning his true qi at this moment. This meant that with every second that passed, his cultivation level would drop. After a while, he might drop to 175 dragons or even 170 dragons. This would be letting him off too easily. However, Yi Xian could no longer hold back. In the end, he decided to make a move. Kill. His eyes flashed as he landed on the ground. His target was the 3 blood corpses and the spirit realm redwood leader. His 130 dragon force immediately soared to 170 dragon force as he charged into the battlefield. What? The 4 of them turned their heads and saw Yi Xian, wearing an Iron Man mask, rushing towards them at lightning speed. So fast. At this moment, Yi Xian's speed was already over 200 dragons. If he was currently in the spirit realm, then he would be in the royal air level 2. Old antique, I spared your life before. Today, I'm here to take your head. Yi Xian roared and charged at the broadsword blood corpse. The speed of 200 dragons put a lot of pressure on the broadsword blood corpse. He already had an opponent of the same level. Now that he was facing off against Yi Xian, he could not fight back at all. Die! Yi Xian swung his sword. Then, the broadsword blood corpse's head flew into the air. Instant kill. The broadsword blood corpse probably did not expect that Yi Xian, whom he let go more than a month ago, would grow to the level where he could kill him in one hit. Although he had an extremely strong recovery physique, he would not be able to live after his head was cut off. So strong. The guardian of the left's eyes lit up when he saw Yi Xian kill the broadsword blood corpse. This was great news for him. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian made him realize that this was not good news at all. It was a nightmare. That was because Yi Xian also swung his sword at him. You old man, you don't look like a good person either. Die. Swish. Two heads flew into the air. Then, Yi Xian quickly took off their interspatial rings. Ding! The host has broken through to 133 dragons of power. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian was very helpless. It was fine if it was the broadsword blood corpse. After all, he had already taken the interspatial ring once. However, the guardian of the left was an antique that had lived for more than 100 years. Why did he have so few things in his interspatial ring? It seems that the things are with that old man Bloodbeard. Yi Xian did not think too much and dashed out again. What? The Redwood Lord and the broadsword blood corpse were stunned. This time, Yi Xian's target was the Redwood Lord. As the Redwood Lord, he was naturally rich. Since he was in the spirit realm, he became Yi Xian's primary target. Swish! A crisp sound was heard. The Redwood Lord's hand was cut off. At the same time, he was seriously injured. The Redwood Lord, who was in the level 1 Qi controlling realm, could not react in time at all. Yi Xian spared the Redwood Lord's life because he was still a human. After all, the Redwood Lord still needed him to take charge of the situation after this. Then, Yi Xian turned his attention to the broadsword blood corpse. Oh no! The broadsword blood corpse's eyes flashed. He turned around and ran. You're not qualified to escape from me, Yi Xian. Underworld swordsmanship, sword descends to the underworld. The broadsword blood corpse was originally a dead object. Yi Xian was only helping him to transcend. The fourth interspatial ring was received. Ding! The host has broken through to 137 dragons of power. The Redwood Lord's interspatial ring was quite rich. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. Then, he quickly left. This scene happened too suddenly. It didn't even take a second. The two people in the sky were fighting fiercely. Naturally, they would not notice it so quickly. Yi Xian was very annoyed. After all, the battle was in the sky. He could not interfere at all. If he rode on Wei Zhentian, he was afraid that he would only harm it. However, at this moment... Black jade ore? Suddenly, Yi Xian found a black ore in the Redwood Lord's interspatial ring. He immediately unleashed Wei Zhentian. Little Tian, your snacks are here. When Wei Zhentian saw the pile of black jade ore, his eyes almost popped out. He immediately turned into a big furnace and poured the black jade ore into it. Ding! Host Wei Zhentian has broken through to the Aura realm. Current strength, 150 dragons of power. What? Yi Xian was so shocked that his mouth was wide open. Wei Zhentian only had 99 dragons of power before. If he wanted to break through to the Aura realm, he needed black jade Oregon. However, the system increased his strength by 50 dragons after he swallowed the black jade Oregon. Was this the benefit of breaking through? The sacred beast growth plan is amazing. Little Tian, let's go. Yi Xian shouted in a low voice. Wei Zhentian immediately turned into a rock and carried Yi Xian into the sky. At this moment, Yi Xian's strength had reached 179 dragons. He was very close to the Qi Lian Lord. Chapter 4:16. Back to the netherworld abyss. Qi Lian, who was suppressing Hu Bin, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned around and saw Wei Zhentian flapping his wings and flying towards him. Wei Zhentian's speed was almost catching up to him. When a human martial artist broke through to the spirit realm, they could fly. However, compared to a spirit realm flying saint beast, their speed was slower. A spirit realm flying saint beast of the same level would definitely be faster than a human. At this moment, Qi Lian and Hu Bin realized that Yi Xian had already killed 3 of the 4 people. Only the Redwood Lord was left with a heavily injured person. It was obvious that Yi Xian was a third party. Die! Yi Xian rushed in with Wei Zhentian, but his attacks were all aimed at Hu Bin. After all, Hu Bin was easier to deal with than Qi Lian. As long as Hu Bin's universe ring fell into Yi Xian's hands, Yi Xian would be able to break through again. At that time, killing Qi Lian would be a piece of cake. It's over. Hu Bin's face was gloomy. He was already beaten up by Qi Lian to the point that he could not fight back. Now that Yi Xian was involved, one of his arms would be chopped off in less than 2 rounds. Moreover, it was the left arm that was wearing the universe ring. You want to take it? Qi Lian had heard about Yi Xian from the broadsword blood corpse, so he recognized him. Therefore, when Hu Bin's arm flew up, he attacked Yi Xian. Humph! Yi Xian snorted coldly. He stomped his feet and leaped towards Qi Lian. As for Wei Zhentian, he instantly turned into a small bird and took off Hu Bin's universe ring. Not good. Qi Lian forgot that Yi Xian was not alone and immediately retreated. Yi Xian could not fly, so he could only attack from a distance. He could not chase after him. However, at this moment, Wei Zhentian turned around and returned to his feet. Qi Lian, you're finished. Yi Xian held Hu Bin's universe ring in his hand, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Ding! Host has broken through to 140 dragon power. Although he had only gained 3 dragon strength, every time he broke through, the things he needed would naturally increase as well. 3 dragon strength was already not bad. At this moment, there were more than 20 wyverns surrounding Yi Xian. There were 18 big ones and 2 small ones. 182 dragon powers. As for Qi Lian, he had already dropped to 175 dragons. It's over. Qi Lian was also in despair. He did not expect Yi Xian to appear out of nowhere and ruin his revenge plan. Don't worry, I will kill him for you. When Yi Xian's words reached Qi Lian's ears, his head flew into the air. Although Qi Lian was inhumane and had massacred tens of sects of various sizes, he did it for revenge. As for Hu Bin, he was his enemy. Yi Xian did not care whether Hu Bin was human or not. After all, Hu Bin was no longer human. Therefore, Hu Bin would not be able to escape death. No, the 7th Redwood Lord, Hu Bin's head was also thrown into the air. Then, 2 corpses fell from the sky. Pa! Blood corpses were very strange things. After they died, they would quickly turn into a pool of blood. The same was true for the 3 blood corpses. Qi Lian and Hu Bin's corpses dissolved into blood in the air and turned into a rain of blood. 2 spirit realm experts were killed by Yi Xian. Ding! Host has broken through to 150 dragon powers. A notification sounded. Yi Xian was stunned. Qi Lian and Hu Bin were indeed very rich. Their yin and yang rings allowed Yi Xian to break through to 10 dragon power. However, for these spirit realm experts who had 170 and 180 dragon powers, it was a little too poor. This battle could be considered to have ended. The 1,000 corpse core was destroyed and Qi Lian died. This was a good ending. Father, the Redwood Lord dragged his heavily injured body and rushed over. However, Hu Bin had already turned into a pool of blood. Even if a god descended, he would not be able to revive him. Yi Xian didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. This was a world of experts. Killing and seizing treasures was obvious. Yi Xian didn't kill the Redwood Territory Lord as well, so he could be considered extremely benevolent. After glancing at the Redwood Lord, he rode Wei Zhentian and left. If he wanted to break through to 150 dragon powers, he would have to go to a more powerful territory to train. The Redwood Lord might not be able to satisfy him. However, there was another place in the Redwood Lord that Yi Xian was very interested in. That was the Netherworld Abyss. There was a maze that trapped him for more than a month. There must be something good inside. However, before that, he visited all the sects in the Redwood Lord to see if he had missed any iron corpses or copper corpses. Then, he arrived at the Netherworld Abyss again. This was the third time he had come to the Netherworld Abyss. Last time, I had 120 dragon powers, but I was unable to break through this maze. Today, I have 150 dragon powers, I wonder if I can, Yi Xian thought in his heart. If it was any other time, he would not have bothered to come here. However, this was a special time. He was stuck in the physical strength realm. If he wanted to break through from the physical strength realm to the spirit realm, he would need a few heavenly treasures. The nether grass was one of them. Although there was a 60% chance of breaking through to the spirit realm, Yi Xian did not dare to gamble. He wanted a 100% chance. After mentally preparing himself, Yi Xian walked in. Soon, he found the maze. 120 dragon powers versus 150 dragon powers. The difference was huge. Yi Xian's physique had also improved. This would be of great help to him in breaking through the maze. At most, he would use Beast King's Rampage. If there was really nether grass in the maze, he would be able to break through to the spirit realm earlier. He had a feeling that there would definitely be nether grass in this maze. Let me see how powerful this maze is, Yi Xian thought for a while and stepped in. This time, he had exchanged for many items to break through the maze. These items were actually markers. The most troublesome part of a maze was to lose one's direction. As long as one found the right direction, they would be able to break through the maze. However, Yi Xian was too naive. He walked in the west direction, but in the end, he returned to the starting point. It seemed that this maze was not ordinary. He walked in circles for 3 days, but he was still helpless. However, on the 7th day after he entered the maze. What a powerful aura. Yi Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks. The Beast King bloodline in his body suddenly boiled. There was definitely a powerful saint beast in front of him. It must be the flying centipede. It should be resting. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. If he followed his senses, he might be able to break through the maze. At that moment, he walked in that direction. Chapter 4:17. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation treasure found this time, it was indeed beyond Yi Xian's expectations. At the same time, it also proved that he was close to breaking the formation. Otherwise, he would not have sensed the flying centipede. However, there was still a very important problem at hand. He was heading in the direction of the flying centipede. If he encountered the flying centipede, he would be in trouble. The flying centipede was a level 2 chi-controlling cultivator. It had at least 200 dragon power. What if the flying centipede had 290 dragon power? He paused for a moment and pondered. However, at that moment, the other bloodline in his body took effect again. This time, it was the treasure-hunting deer. Good stuff. There's good stuff around here, and there's quite a lot of it. Yi Xian sensed an abundance of spiritual energy. With the addition of the treasure-hunting deer's bloodline, his senses were even stronger. After thinking for a moment, he made a decision. Do it. At that moment, he continued to walk forward. He was very careful, afraid that he would make a sound and attract the flying centipede's attention. As he continued to move forward, the feeling became stronger and stronger. His blood was boiling. He estimated that if he could obtain these treasures, he might be able to break through to 10 dragon power. That was because the feeling of spiritual energy was too strong. At that moment. Hiss. Suddenly, Yi Xian heard a hissing sound. He was so shocked that he immediately stopped in his tracks. His expression darkened. He was fully alert, ready to use Beast King's rampage at any moment. Obviously, that was the flying centipede's hissing sound. He thought that he was too close and was discovered by the flying centipede. However, he guessed wrong. After the flying centipede hissed, it rose into the air, flew over his head, and began to patrol the entire netherworld abyss. Phew! Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. So it went out for a stroll. That almost scared him to death. After the flying centipede left, Yi Xian walked around on his own and finally walked out of the maze. At that moment, he saw a flower bed. In his impression, a flower bed should be a bright and beautiful place, but this large flower bed was actually a gloomy and dark black species. Poisonous creatures. All of them are poisonous heavenly treasures of heaven and earth. Who planted them? Yi Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. Previously, he had sensed a large amount of spirit qi, but it was a little strange. He didn't expect that this place was actually a poisonous flower garden. As for that flying centipede, it was most likely the guard of this poisonous flower bed. I don't care. Poisonous grass is also a natural treasure. I don't care who planted it. I'll just swallow it all. Yi Xian didn't care about anything else. He rushed in and began to harvest like crazy. He didn't look at which poisonous plants were mature and which were still seedlings. He plucked them all first. Ding! Host has broken through to 151 dragon power. Ding! Host has broken through to 152 dragon power. Ding! Host has broken through to 153 dragon power. The system beeped continuously. Yi Xian was very excited. His guess was right. There was really something good in this maze. Soon, this poisonous flower bed, which was over 1,000 square meters, was swept clean by Yi Xian. Ding! Host has broken through to 160 dragon power. When Yi Xian swept the entire poisonous flower bed clean, he had broken through to 160 dragon power. It was just right. At the same time, he also obtained a netherworld grass. 160 dragon power was a 70% chance of breaking through. With the addition of the netherworld grass, it was 80%. This probability was already on par with rice cake. However, Yi Xian still didn't try to break through. He didn't want to fall for that 20% failure rate. This poisonous flower bed seems to have been planted recently. I wonder who planted so many heavenly treasures. Yi Xian was very surprised. However, he understood that the person who could plant such precious poisonous plants was definitely not an ordinary person. Although these poisonous plants weren't mature yet and it was a pity to pluck them, he had already plucked them. Moreover, he was able to take advantage of the fact that no one was around. We can't stay here for long. Retreat. Yi Xian didn't dare to stay here. He hurriedly entered the maze. Just now, he found this poisonous flower bed by relying on the Beast King bloodline. If he wanted to leave now, he was afraid that it would be a mess. He estimated that it would take at least 10 days to half a month. However, not long after Yi Xian left, a figure swept out from the mist above the poisonous flower bed. It was an old man. When he saw that the poisonous flower bed he planted had disappeared, he immediately raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl. Damn thing, who was it that stole the poisonous grass that I carefully planted? He couldn't understand. He had run to many places before he finally found a suitable place to plant a large amount of poisonous grass. Because the strength of the redwood territory was relatively backward, he only set up a simple maze formation and caught a flying centipede of the second level of the royal air tier to guard the sky. He didn't expect that someone would be able to break through his maze. At that moment, he directly swept out. Because he could see from below that the person who stole all the treasures in his poisonous flower bed had just left. At that moment, Yi Xian, who was shuttling through the maze, was scared half to death when he heard the shout. *T, the owner of the poisonous flower bed is back. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. His intestines were green with regret. If he had known, he would have waited until the other party left before plucking them. Let's dig a hole and hide first. Yi Xian immediately came up with a plan. He had tried to dig a tunnel out of this place before, but the maze formation included the underground as well, so it was of no use at all. However, digging a hole to hide temporarily was feasible. However, at that moment, hiss! The flying centipede suddenly swept over his head and hissed. Then, a person fell from the sky and landed on the ground with a thud. To be precise, it landed behind Yi Xian. *T, Yi Xian heard the sound behind him and immediately stopped what he was doing. He tensed up and turned around. When he turned around, he saw the red-faced old man. However, at this moment, his face had turned green from anger. At the same time, Yi Xian also noticed the number of large flying dragons flying around the red-faced old man. There were a total of 30 of them. 300 dragon power. Level 3 Imperial Qi. Yi Xian realized that he was doomed. Even if he used Beast King's Rampage, he would still be killed instantly by a level 3 Imperial Qi expert. This time, he was really courting death. Senior, Yi Xian hurriedly explained. However, just as he spoke, he felt a pain in his left hand. He instinctively looked down and found that his left wrist was already gone. Blood splattered everywhere. So fast. The red-faced old man's speed was so fast that it exceeded his reaction time. Chapter 4:18. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin captured Yi Xian turned his head in shock and found that his wrist had been thrown to the side by the red-faced elder. As for the interspatial ring, it was in the red-faced elder's hand. Where is it? The red-faced elder asked in a hoarse voice. Yi Xian understood that he was looking for the poisonous grass. However, he had devoured all the poisonous grass. The netherworld grass that he did not devour was also in his devour space. This interspatial ring was used for posturing. No, it was just for show. I ate all the poisonous grass. Yi Xian cut to the chase and threw out a suspense. He ate it. A person could eat so many poisonous grass and not die. This was enough to surprise the red-faced elder. That was the only way he could survive. He ate it? The red-faced elder was shocked. Among the poisonous grass, there were many that even he had to carefully pluck, but they were all eaten by Yi Xian. How was that possible? Most importantly, how could such a large area of poisonous flower beds be eaten by someone? At that moment, the red-faced elder suddenly noticed that Yi Xian's wrist was slowly growing back. It did not take long for it to return to its original state. This scene caused him to be dumbstruck. What the hell are you? The red-faced elder asked in shock. It was impossible for a human to regrow a severed arm. However, he had seen it with his own eyes, so he could not help but wonder if Yi Xian was a human. I am a human. However, I once consumed a treasure of heaven and earth. That is why I am immune to poison and have the ability to regrow a severed arm, Yi Xian hurriedly explained. Immune to poison and regrow a severed arm? The red-faced elder frowned slightly. He did not sense any other interspatial rings on Yi Xian's body. Therefore, he thought for a moment and said, "Did you cultivate by eating poisonous grass?" "No, my body is a little special." If I don't eat the poisonous grass, I might explode and die. Yi Xian randomly made up an excuse. He had no choice but to eat all the poisonous grass. The red-faced elder was skeptical. His ashen face recovered a little, but his expression was a little strange. After pondering for a moment, he threw a poison to Yi Xian and said, "Eat him in front of me." "If you are lying to me," he did not continue because he felt that if Yi Xian was lying to him, he would also be poisoned to death by this poisonous plant. There was no need for him to do anything. Yi Xian caught the poisonous plant and realized that he had devoured it before, but he had never eaten it before. **CK, this is bad. I can only trust the sacred tree of life this time." Yi Xian gritted his teeth, took a bite of the leaf, and swallowed it. Although he could keep the leaf in his devouring space, the elder in front of him was at level 3 Qi controlling realm. If he swallowed it with his mouth and was seen through, he would be dead meat. Therefore, he could only risk it this time. He chewed the leaves of the poisonous grass and swallowed them. The next moment, he heard the sound of the system notification. Ding! The host has planted this poison for free. Phew! After hearing this notification sound, Yi Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the sacred tree of life bloodline was very powerful. Continue. At this moment, the red-faced elder said coldly. Now that Yi Xian was at ease, he swallowed the entire bitter poisonous grass into his stomach. The red-faced elder looked at him with a frown. After waiting for about 10 breaths, he showed a surprised expression. "You are really immune to poison?" The red-faced elder asked in shock. "Absolutely. However, I can't resist some rare or powerful poisons." Yi Xian nodded. The red-faced elder looked at him skeptically and asked, "Can you tell the poison of that plant just now?" Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then said, "When I swallowed it, my stomach burned like it was going to explode. After 3 breaths, I felt a little nauseous. There seemed to be something moving in my stomach. Now my head is a little bloated." This answer made the red-faced old man feel astonished again, saying, "That stalk is scorching sun grass. If a person under the 2nd level of royal qi mistakenly takes a leaf, within 3 breaths of time, they will burn to ashes from the inside out." **CK. After hearing this explanation, Yi Xian was scared half to death. In fact, he did not say the symptoms at all. He saw the list of poisons listed by the devouring system and read them out himself. If anyone below dragon level 2 accidentally consumes a leaf, they will be burned to ashes within 3 breaths. However, he swallowed the entire plant. "Try this one." The red-faced old man took out another poisonous plant. **CK, are you using me to test the poison?" Yi Xian helplessly received it. This time, he carefully bit off a bit of the poisonous grass's leaves and swallowed it. After hearing the system's notification, he ate the entire poisonous grass. "You are indeed immune to poison." The red-faced elder narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Xian with a strange expression. "Senior, I have mistakenly entered this place and made a big mistake. I hope you can forgive me. I will compensate you for these poisonous plants," Yi Xian said. "Humph, you dare to say that you will compensate me? Do you know how much this poisonous flower bed is worth?" The red-faced elder snorted coldly. Yi Xian did not say anything. This poisonous flower bed had allowed him to go from 150 dragon strength to 160 dragon strength, and it was incredibly valuable. If he sold it for cultivation resources, he might be able to break through from 150 dragon strength to 170 dragon strength, or even 190 dragon strength, or even 200 dragon strength. Yi Xian's devouring system required much more cultivation resources than people of the same level. The advantage of this was that he could save a lot of time. Therefore, Yi Xian could not afford to compensate him. At this moment, the red-faced elder snorted, "You swallowed my entire poisonous flower bed. You should have committed a capital offense, but I like you. As long as you are willing to help me, I will spare your life. Otherwise, you will die immediately." Hearing that there was a way out, Yi Xian quickly asked, "Senior, what do you want me to do?" The red-faced old man replied without hesitation, "Test poison. I have many poisons with unknown toxicity. I want you to test the toxicity of these poisons for me. As long as you do a good job, I will let you go one day." This, Yi Xian paused and frowned. The red-faced elder did not specify a specific time. In other words, he would have to wait for the red-faced elder's reaction. If the red-faced elder did not let him go, then he would be imprisoned forever. However, this was not a hopeless situation. This was because the red-faced elder did not know that he had the devouring system. As long as he secretly hid poisons, accumulated them, and devoured them all at once, he could use Beast King Rampage after his strength increased. There was no way he could escape. "Alright, I agree." Yi Xian nodded. Chapter 419. Chapter 419 Ghost Tomb Territory, a wise man submits to circumstances. "Don't worry, as long as you do a good job, I'll let you go." The red-faced old man stepped forward and grabbed Yi Xian's shoulder and flew into the air. Yi Xian was shocked and asked, "Senior, where are we going?" "This redwood territory is the 10th plantation I found. Now that you've plucked all of them, we can only come back after a while." The red-faced old man held Yi Xian in one hand and answered, "My name is Old Hong, a member of the 100 Poison sect in Ghost Tomb Territory." Ghost Tomb Territory? Hearing this name, Yi Xian frowned. He remembered that Ghost Tomb Territory was not adjacent to Redwood Territory. They were separated by a few territories. Ghost Tomb Territory was a mid-level territory in the Luosha region. There were a total of 3 super forces in it. One was the Poison King sect, the second was the Corpse Master sect, and the third was the Fallen Ghost sect. These 3 forces belonged to the evil path, and it was said that they had soul essence realm experts. These 3 overlord sects led to the atmosphere in Ghost Tomb Territory. Therefore, Ghost Tomb Territory was a very chaotic territory. Very few people would enter Ghost Tomb Territory, and the high-level territories were too lazy to care, letting them develop on their own. Old Hong did not care whether Yi Xian had heard of it or not. He continued, "My 100 Poison sect members are good at using poison, and we personally make the poison. However, the plantation of poison is not everywhere, so we usually have to go to other territories to find it and then plant it. I only found this Redwood territory recently, but I didn't expect that it would be destroyed by you. This is also the first time I, Old Hong, have done this in so many years." Ahem. Yi Xian was so embarrassed that he could not speak. If the heavens gave him another chance, he would definitely not come back. He would choose to level up honestly. Unfortunately, he only had one chance. Fortunately, the result was not too bad this time. Old Hong's speed was very fast. As expected of a third-rank Qi-controlling realm, he carried Yi Xian and rushed for 7 days, only resting once a day. After that, Yi Xian was forcefully brought into the Dark Ghost Tomb Territory, and Old Hong carried him like he was carrying a chicken. What a disgusting smell. If one lives here all year round, their temperament will change. No wonder no one wants to enter Ghost Tomb Territory. Yi Xian could not help but frown. Although it was broad daylight, he smelled a lot of corpses. 100 Poison sect, Old Hong reminded him seriously. 100 Poison sect disciples. Have. Even old Monster Hong, who was at the 3rd level of the Qi-controlling realm, was only a plant manager. Then, the strength of the 100 Poison sect was not that simple. 100 Poison sect was built in a valley called 100 Poison Valley. It was surrounded by a defensive formation. Under the defensive formation of 100 Poison Valley, there was a poisonous forest. There were maze and illusion formations in the forest. If an ordinary person did not have a way to enter, they would only end up dead. Old Hong brought Yi Xian into 100 Poison Sect. Just as they arrived at the gate, a 100 Poison Sect disciple asked, "Manager Hong, this is the new drug tester," Old Monster Hong explained. Oh. The disciple heard this explanation and did not stop them. He directly let them in. Normally, the 100 Poison Sect would plant their own poisonous plants and flowers, and then refine poisons and nurture poisonous creatures. However, due to various factors, they would refine many poisons with unknown medicinal properties. Thus, they needed someone to test the poisons. This kind of person was called a drug tester. However, these drug testers all had extremely tragic endings. They were usually caught by 100 Poison Sect disciples and lived for 10 days to half a month at most. The most tragic ones were used as a drug tester as soon as they entered, and did not live for more than 2 minutes. Moreover, they died in all kinds of strange ways, such as turning into a pool of blood, oozing pus, skin ulceration, etc. In any case, none of the drug testers who came in walked out of 100 Poison Valley alive. Yi Xian naturally knew this, but he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life, so he should be able to survive. Of course, it would depend on whether Old Hong would let him go. Old Hong grabbed Yi Xian and returned to his remote residence. "Kid, you will live here from now on. You haven't even reached the spirit realm, so it's best if you don't think of escaping." Just now, there was only one disciple guarding the gate, but there were actually several 4th-level Imperial Qi protectors guarding the surroundings. Old Hong reminded him and then returned to his residence next door. "This junior understands." Yi Xian nodded. Just now, he did not notice anyone else. 4th-level Imperial Qi was 1 level higher than Old Hong. "I have some unknown poison on hand. Wait here for a while and don't go out recklessly." Old Hong reminded him again and then left. Yi Xian felt helpless in his heart. He didn't expect that he would be captured by a large power after courting death. Soon, Old Hong brought back 3 poisonous plants for Yi Xian to test. Yi Xian did not dare to be careless. He first bit a small part of the plant and then swallowed it. After confirming that the bloodline of the sacred tree of life was immune, he swallowed the whole plant. Then, he put it into the devouring system and pretended to chew and swallow it. Just like that, he obtained 2 precious poisonous plants. However, after he ate a small part of the 3rd plant, the system's notification sound finally changed. Ding! The host has been poisoned. Detoxification starting. What? Poisoned? Yi Xian's face changed drastically. He prayed that the plant's toxicity was not strong enough to kill him immediately. Seeing Yi Xian's face turn green, Old Hong immediately asked, "What's wrong with you?" "I've been poisoned. I need some time to detoxify." Yi Xian's whole body was sore. He felt that his bones were about to break into pieces. Fortunately, he only swallowed a small part of the plant, so the detoxification time was not too long. Otherwise, his mind would have collapsed. Done, Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief and began to report the toxicity. Old Hong was shocked. "This is a new poisonous plant that our 100 Poisons sect has just planted. Last month, it killed a level 2 Imperial Qi cultivator. How did you survive?" F***CK. Level 2 Imperial Qi cultivator? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. This was an expert with at least 200 dragon power. Now, Old Hong realized that he had found a treasure. If this was the case, then he could go to the 100 Poisons sect to take the poison test. After that, he could get a lot of cultivation resources. Good, very good. Old Hong nodded with satisfaction. That's all for today. I'll come back tomorrow. Also, without my permission, you are not allowed to step out of the yard. These poisonous plants are for you. Chapter 420. Spirit Realm. Yi Xian sighed. How sad. Not only was he used to test poison, he was also grounded. However, the 100 Poisons sect was not like the Heaven's Hatred Sword sect. Even a random plant manager was a rank 3 Imperial Qi expert. Thus, he felt that it was better to be careful. He did not want to be hated by a 100 Poisons sect disciple because he was too handsome. At that time, he would really die without a complete corpse. He quietly stayed in the residence that Old Monster Hong arranged for him, and waited for Old Monster Hong to send him poisonous plants every day. The devouring system was not bad. Yi Xian only obtained the nether grass, which could increase his chances of breaking through by 10%. The nether grass was originally meant for spirit realm martial artists to break through. However, it required another type of medicinal plant, otherwise, they would be poisoned to death by the nether grass. Right now, he had 160 dragon power, which already had a 70% chance of breaking through. With the nether grass, it would be 80%. As long as he increased his strength by 20 dragon power, he would be able to break through to the spirit realm. He was bored in his residence for a day. On the second day, Old Monster Hong brought him more poisonous plants for him to test. Yi Xian tested them one by one, and received some poisonous plants as a reward. The poisonous plants in his devouring system were also increasing bit by bit. He estimated that he could break through by 2 dragon power. However, he held himself back because 2 dragon strength was useless right now. What he wanted was 20 dragon strength. Of course, 20 dragon power was only enough for him to break through. It was not that easy to escape. Just like that, Yi Xian stayed in Old Monster Hong's residence for a month. In the first half of the month, Old Monster Hong would bring poisonous grass to test the poison for Yi Xian every day. However, half a month later, Old Monster Hong disappeared for 7 days. When he returned, his entire person was different. He had broken through 20 dragon strength and reached 320 dragons. This shocked Yi Xian. Breaking through once and he had already broken through 20 dragon power. Was it that easy to break through to the spirit realm? During this month, Yi Xian had gathered quite a lot of poisonous plants. He estimated that he could break through to 10 dragon power. Right now, he was only 10 dragons away from breaking through to the spirit realm. Today, Old Freak Hong brought some more poisonous herbs. Yi Xian tested them again and reported the toxicity. Alright, after a while, the poisonous grass will be gone. At that time, it will be the poisonous pills and poisonous substances. As long as you can hold on, I will keep my word and let you go. Old Freak Hong said with satisfaction. In this 1 month, he had brought nearly half of the unknown poisonous plants in the entire 100 Poison sect, and Yi Xian had tested them for him one by one, giving him a huge reward. In another month, he estimated that the 100 Poison sect's poisonous plants would be gone. Then, it would be those unknown poisonous pills and poisonous substances that were refined. He estimated that as long as he completed these poison testing tasks, the resources he would get would be enough for him to break through to the 4th or even the 5th level of the Royal Air Force. Yi Xian nodded slightly. At this moment, he was very nervous. To him, the poison pill was definitely more precious than the poison grass. At the same time, the poison might be stronger. If he was not careful, he would die suddenly. However, he had no other choice. After another month, Old Freak Hong finished accepting all the poison testing tasks in the 100 Poison sect. What he brought over today was the poison pill. This is the newly refined poison pill of the 100 Poison sect. This is the poison powder. Its toxicity is not as good as the others. Try it. Old Freak Hong threw a bag of things over. He knew that the cycle was gradual. First, he gave Yi Xian some slow-acting poison. If Yi Xian was poisoned to death, he would suffer a great loss. Yi Xian nodded and took a small bite of the poison pill. He would let the system test it first. Ding! The host is immune to the poison. The system notified. The poison pill was refined from a mixture of various poisonous plants. However, As long as Yi Xian was immune to all of the poisonous plants, the poison pill would have no effect on him. This poison pill was useless to him. Hence, he kept the rest into the devouring space and tested the poison powder. He sprinkled the poison powder on his left hand. In the next moment, he realized that the poison powder had seeped into his arm. Then, the flesh on his arm melted, and even his bones disappeared. F***ck. Yi Xian was scared to death. If he had sprinkled the poison powder on his face, his head would have melted. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life, so he could regrow his arm. However, he had to bear with the pain and mental stimulation. Okay. Old Freak Hong nodded. He left some poisonous plants for Yi Xian and kept the poison powder. He was afraid that Yi Xian would turn into a pool of blood after swallowing it. After Old Freak Hong left, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. After 2 months of hard work, he was almost done gathering the items. There might be some discrepancies, but it should be enough. Swallow it. Yi Xian directly swallowed all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the devouring space. Immediately after, he received a system notification. Ding! The host has broken through to 182 dragons. 160 dragons, an increase of 22, reaching 182 dragons. 180 dragons. Yi Xian had a 90% chance of breaking through. With the addition of the nether grass, he had a 100% chance of breaking through. Alright, Aura Realm, here I come. Yi Xian swallowed the nether grass and chose to break through. Ding! The host has broken through to Aura Realm. The system's notification was simple, but Yi Xian was extremely excited. Aura Realm. He had finally broken through to Aura Realm. Now, he should be called Rank 1 Qi-controlling Realm. With 182 dragons of strength, he only needed to increase by 18 more dragons to break through to Rank 2 Qi-controlling Realm. The amount and strength of my Qi has increased tremendously. If I can reach Rank 2 Qi-controlling Realm, I might be able to fight against Rank 3 Qi-controlling Realm experts. Yi Xian was shocked. In the next moment, he realized something. There was only one use left for Beast King's rampage. The amount of sacred beasts' corpses required for Beast King's rampage would increase with the increase in realm and usage. Yi Xian currently had 182 dragons of strength. The sacred beasts' corpses in the devouring space allowed him to use Beast King's rampage once. It was already not bad. I only have one trump card left. Yi Xian felt a little regretful, but there was nothing he could do about it. However, he now had something to do. Underworld swordsmanship and silver feather movement technique. Previously, due to the level restriction, he could only reach 60% mastery. Now, he should be able to reach 100% mastery. However, underworld swordsmanship was easy to improve, but silver feather movement technique was not, so he needed to work hard. Of course, before that, he had to experience the thrill of flying. Apart from the difference in Qi between the Vigor Realm and the Aura Realm allowed one to fly. This was a qualitative leap. Chapter 421. To be discovered at that moment, Yi Xian began to circulate his true Qi so that he could fly. Controlling Qi to fly was not difficult, and Yi Xian easily mastered it. However, because this was the 100 Poison Valley, he did not dare to fly randomly. At most, he would try to fly 3 meters above the ground. Although it was great, he still needed to improve his strength. Following that, Yi Xian began to practice the underworld swordsmanship and silver feather movement technique. In just 1 day's time, he had raised the underworld sword technique to 80% mastery, but the silver feather movement technique was not even 10% mastery. After that, he spent another 7 days to train the underworld swordsmanship to 90% mastery. As for the silver feather movement technique, he was only at 80% mastery. However, this was already quite good. After all, it was self-training, and martial arts were easier to achieve breakthroughs in battle. During these 7 days, Old Monster Hong didn't come either. On the 8th day, Old Monster Hong appeared again. His cultivation level had increased to 350 dragon power. Yi Xian understood that he must have received a reward from the 100 Poisons sect and was in seclusion before this. Today, there are 3 kinds of poisonous pills. Old Monster Hong walked over and handed 3 pills to Yi Xian. Yi Xian mentally prepared himself. Then, just like before, he took a small bite. He was immune to all the ingredients in the 3 poisonous pills. Then, he reported the toxicity of the pills to Old Monster Hong. Old Monster Hong firmly believed in Yi Xian's poison report now. He handed over an interspatial ring and said, "Very good. These are for you." Yi Xian took the interspatial ring and looked inside. There was a large amount of poisonous herbs and cultivation resources inside. Your physique is indeed special. In just 2 short months, you actually broke through from 150 dragons to 182 dragons. These are for you. Cultivate well. If you meet my expectations, I don't mind taking you as my disciple, Old Monster Hong said. What? You want me to be your disciple? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Yi Xian didn't care about being Old Monster Hong's disciple, but once he became a disciple of the 100 Poisons sect, he would truly be safe. Yes, I will train hard, Yi Xian said gratefully. Although he was captured by Old Freak Hong and brought to the 100 Poisons sect, he had also benefited greatly. Alright, then you go ahead and cultivate. Old Monster Hong said. But before he could finish, a series of footsteps came from outside. Old Freak Hong frowned and said, "Don't go out." Yes. Yi Xian nodded. Old Monster Hong. A shout came from outside. Old Monster Hong walked out and shouted, "Steward Chiu, what are you doing here?" TSK, I'm here to talk to you. Am I not welcome?" A middle-aged man's voice came from outside. "Chiu Liang, spit it out." Old Monster Hong snorted. "Old Monster Hong, you're still so unreasonable. I heard that you recently completed a large number of poison tests, so you must have found a good drug tester. I would like to meet him." Chiu Liang went straight to the point. "No." Old Monster Hong refused directly. What a joke. It was not easy for him to find Yi Xian, who was immune to poison. How could he meet him just like that? He knew that Chiu Liang was definitely not just here to meet him. He was here to poach him. "Old Monster Hong, you have such a drug tester. Are you not going to hand him over to the 100 Poisons sect but keep him for yourself?" Chiu Liang's tone changed. "Chiu Liang, what do you mean?" Old Monster Hong's face darkened. "Old Monster Hong, you should know what I mean." Chiu Liang did not explain. He was here to get a share of the pie. Old Monster Hong was not a fool. He naturally understood. However, he had just thought of taking Yi Xian as his disciple. How could he let him go? What if Chiu Liang brought something strong and poisoned Yi Xian to death? I don't understand, and I don't want to understand. You can leave. Old Monster Hong snorted. Chiu Liang narrowed his eyes. He knew that Old Monster Hong was a man of his word. Once he had decided on something, he would not change his mind. Okay. Chiu Liang turned around and left, but he would not let it go so easily. Old Monster Hong looked at his back and thought for a while. Then, he walked into the wooden house and said to Yi Xian, "Come with me." Yi Xian knew what he meant. He had heard the conversation between Old Monster Hong and Chiu Liang clearly. Chiu Liang must have reported it to the higher-ups. He immediately followed Old Monster Hong and left the 100 Poisons Valley. However, as soon as they left, 2 people from the 100 Poisons Valley chased after them. Seeing this, Old Monster Hong's face sank to the bottom. One of the 2 was Chiu Liang, whom he had just met, and the other was a direct disciple of the 100 Poisons sect. Old Monster Hong, why don't you salute a true disciple? Qiu Liang looked at Old Monster Hong with a wicked smile. Old Monster Hong paused and said, "Greetings, young Master Shi." Young Master Shi was the true disciple of the 100 Poisons sect. He was the disciple of an elder of the 100 Poisons sect. He was at the 3rd level of Qi-controlling realm and had 380 dragons. Yi Xian's face was also very gloomy. Young Master Shi had 380 dragons, and Steward Xiu had 350 dragons, just like Old Monster Hong. It seemed that he was in for another tragedy this time. Old Monster Hong, I heard that you caught a drug tester and completed the toxicity test of a large number of poisonous plants in our sect? Young Master Shi was about 25 years old. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Yi Xian. Yes, I completed those toxicity test tasks, Old Monster Hong said honestly. My master has been developing a kind of poisonous pill recently. None of the previous drug testers survived. Give him to me. You can name the price, young Master Shi said straightforwardly. Old Monster Hong refused decisively. Sorry, young Master Shi. I've already taken him as my disciple. Even though his status couldn't compare to that of a true disciple, he was still a steward of the 100 Poisons sect. He had been planting poisonous plants for the sect for decades, so it wouldn't be that easy for young Master Shi to snatch someone away from him. However, he had overestimated himself. So what? Young Master Shi did not care at all. Old Monster Hong's eyes turned cold. There are rules in our sect. Even stewards are qualified to take disciples. Therefore, he is now a disciple of the 100 Poisons sect, not a drug tester. Is this what you're counting on? Young Master Shi still did not take it to heart. He said, moreover, I only asked him to help my master. Steward Hong, you won't refuse me, right? Sorry, young Master Shi. I was just about to take him to my poisonous flower garden and teach him how to plant poisonous plants. Old Monster Hong refused again. Young Master Shi heard this and a murderous look flashed across his eyes. He said coldly, Are you refusing me? Yes. Old Monster Hong nodded solemnly. He had made up his mind to protect Yi Xian. Chapter 422. Medicine Tester. Old Monster Hong, I'll give you one more chance. Give him to me and I'll let this go. Otherwise, don't blame me for not caring about our relationship. Young Master Shi's eyes flashed and his tone was cold. I'm sorry, Old Monster Hong refused again without hesitation. However, as soon as he said those two words, young Master Shi made his move. The power of 380 dragons exploded. Young Master Shi crossed the distance of 100 meters and arrived in front of Old Monster Hong. 100 Poison Palm. Bang! Before Yi Xian could react, Old Monster Hong was already 1,000 meters away. Although the palm strike looked ordinary, it was a secret skill created by the sect leader of the 100 Poisons sect. Although it was not very powerful, young Master Shi's palm was laced with deadly poison. With the two-pronged attack, Old Monster Hong was almost killed. So fast, Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. Young Master Shi's speed was not something he could contend with. At this moment, he felt that his strength was nothing compared to young Master Shi. Even if there were 100 of him, he wouldn't be able to pose a threat to young Master Shi. Young Master Shi, this. Qiu Liang was stunned. Old Monster Hong spoke rudely to me. I didn't kill him because we're from the same sect. Young Master Shi snorted. He slapped Yi Xian's shoulder and lifted him up. Yi Xian was lifted up like a chicken again. It was a terrible feeling. However, his eyes were fixed on Old Monster Hong. He swore to himself that he would kill this bullsh** young Master Shi. Young Master Shi was very fast. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian was back in the 100 Poison Valley. Steward Qiu, this is for you. Young Master Shi threw something to Qiu Liang. Thank you, young Master Shi. Qiu Liang hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Immediately after, young Master Shi carried Yi Xian and flew to a remote place. He casually tossed Yi Xian aside and walked to the front of a wooden house. Master, I've caught another medicine tester. Young Master Shi shouted inside. Clang! The door of the wooden house opened and an old man with messy hair walked out. He was Elder Wu of the 100 Poisons sect. He glanced at young Master Shi and coldly snorted, "Didn't I tell you to capture at least a 3rd-level Imperial Qi warrior?" "Master, this medicine tester is different," young Master Shi said anxiously. Chief Steward Hong used him to complete a large number of poison tests in the sect. He even tested many poison pills. "I think he might be able to survive." "Oh?" Elder Wu was a little surprised. He took out a pill and threw it to Yi Xian. "Kid, eat this." His tone was unyielding, not allowing Yi Xian to refuse. At this moment, Yi Xian felt like he was a commodity. He felt very uncomfortable. He engraved these people's faces in his mind. Then, he caught the pill and swallowed it. It looked like he had swallowed the pill, but in fact, he had only swallowed a small piece. The rest was kept in the devouring space. Fortunately, Yi Xian was immune to all the ingredients in the pill, so he was fine. 3 seconds after Yi Xian swallowed the pill, Elder Wu nodded and said, "Good, you pass. This is for you." After he finished speaking, he took out a few things from his interspatial ring and gave them to young Master Shi. Young Master Shi took the reward and glanced at Yi Xian before leaving. Elder Wu looked at Yi Xian and said, "Kid, come in." Yi Xian had no way out. He braced himself and walked in. After he entered, Elder Wu took out a pill from a cauldron and threw it to Yi Xian. "This is the heartbreak pill I refined. It has already killed 7 people, the strongest one was 290 dragons." Elder Wu was different from Old Monster Hong. Old Monster Hong would give Yi Xian a few things after the incident, but Elder Wu spoke in a commanding tone. He didn't take Yi Xian seriously at all. Being reduced to a prisoner is truly miserable. Yi Xian braced himself as he received the pill, then swallowed it. The tragedy was that there were a few poisonous herbs in the heartbreak pill that he wasn't immune to. The moment he swallowed the pill, he was poisoned. Ding! Host has been poisoned. Detoxification in progress. Ding! Host has been poisoned. Detoxification in progress. Ding! Host has been poisoned. Detoxification in progress. 3 notifications sounded in succession. Yi Xian had been poisoned by 3 different poisons. At this moment, he felt his organs begin to rupture and then heal. The pain made him roll on the ground. It was as if there was a small knife cutting into his body. The previous few people died from the pain. I wonder if this person can hold on and report the poison to me. Elder Wu narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Xian. Only when he knew the poison would he be able to continue improving the pill and concoct a poison that would be effective against the strong. However, what he didn't expect was that after half a minute of rolling on the ground, Yi Xian suddenly stopped wailing. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was lying in a pool of blood, suddenly got up. He made it? Elder Wu was astonished. This was the first time he saw someone who was still alive after taking his pill. At that moment, he hurriedly asked, "Kid, how did you feel just now?" Yi Xian gritted his teeth and stood up. He told Elder Wu about what he felt just now and the poison of the heartbreak pill. He was relieved that he had only swallowed a little bit of the pill. If he had swallowed the entire pill, he would have died. After hearing Yi Xian's report, Elder Wu's eyes lit up. "Good, very good. This pill is for you. Recover and wait outside." He didn't expect Yi Xian to make it through. He immediately gave Yi Xian a bottle of healing pill. The pill he concocted was an acute poison. As long as he didn't die, he could still be saved. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and walked out. Compared to old Monster Hong, Elder Wu was really inhumane. He didn't even give him a room to rest. He walked out and swallowed the pill, breaking through to 185 dragon power. Since his physique improved, his resistance to poison would also increase. He would be safer in the future. He stayed outside the wooden hut for an entire day. After that, he was called in by Elder Wu to take the second heartbreak pill. This second heartbreak pill was already improved by Elder Wu. Its poison was even stronger. However, this was only a change in the dosage. There were no new poisonous herbs added, so Yi Xian was immune to this heartbreak pill. However, he still rolled on the ground for a while to pretend. This made him sigh inwardly. It was really difficult to be an actor. After that, he was chased out again. Elder Wu continued to improve the heartbreak pill. On the third day, Elder Wu called Yi Xian in again to test the third heartbreak pill. After that, Yi Xian came out again and spent the night outside the wooden hut. Just like that, the days passed, and 7 days passed in a flash. Chapter 423. Dead? When the 8th day arrived, young Master Shi arrived as well. At the same time, he brought another person with him. When young Master Shi saw Yi Xian, he was shocked. You didn't die. Yi Xian's face darkened. What the F***ck was that? He didn't answer and just stood there silently. Young Master Shi was very surprised. He thought that Yi Xian wouldn't make it, so he went out to catch another person. At this time, the person in his hand had a total of 330 dragons. 330 dragons, more than 100 dragons higher than Yi Xian, but in front of young Master Shi, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. He didn't dare to move, afraid that he would be killed by a sword. At this time, the door of the wooden house opened, and Elder Wu came out with a few heartbreak pills. When he saw young Master Shi, he couldn't help but say, "Oh, you caught another pill tester. Just nice, one for each of you." He threw the pills in his hand to Yi Xian and the martial artist with 330 dragons. The martial artist caught the pills in shock and glanced at young Master Shi. "Eat him, or I'll kill you immediately." Young Master Shi glared. The martial artist gritted his teeth and swallowed the pill. In the next moment, he fell to the ground and rolled around in pain. Blood spurted out of his mouth as he screamed. Yi Xian didn't swallow the pill and just watched silently. The screams fell into the ears of the three people. In less than 3 seconds, the martial artist with 330 dragons widened his eyes and died. Today's heartbreak pill is much less. He can't even last 3 seconds. What a piece of trash. Elder Wu snorted and turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian swallowed the improved heartbreak pill and pretended to roll on the ground a few times. Then, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Then, he stood up and reported the toxicity. "Alright, it's almost done. This time, the amount is too small. Once I increase the amount by 10 times, I will definitely be able to poison that guy to death." A strange look flashed across Elder Wu's eyes. He did not concoct this heartbreak pill for this purpose. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Yi Xian and said, "You did very well this time. I will go out later. As long as my matter goes smoothly, I will accept you as my disciple." What? Young Master Shi was shocked when he heard those words. He wanted to take Yi Xian as his disciple? After all, Yi Xian had not even reached the second level of Qi-controlling realm. How could he become the disciple of an elder of the 100 Poisons sect? But in the next moment, he realized that this was just an excuse his master came up with. Even if he accepted Yi Xian as his disciple, he would still use Yi Xian to test the medicine. Humph, young Master Shi snorted coldly. For some reason, he harbored enmity toward Yi Xian. He hoped that Yi Xian would die soon. Then, Elder Wu entered the wooden house and concocted a new batch of heartbreak pills. This time, the amount was 10 times that of the previous batch. Then, he left in a hurry, leaving no words behind. Young Master Shi glanced at Yi Xian and left as well. Damn it, what do you mean by accepting a disciple? Do you think I'm an idiot? You won't even give me a place to stay. Accept your grandma's disciple. Yi Xian cursed in his heart. Now that Elder Wu and young Master Shi had left, he could move freely for the time being. What he wanted to do the most right now was to check on old Monster Hong's injuries. Old Monster Hong had treated him well. In order to protect him, he was injured by young Master Shi. Yi Xian left Elder Wu's residence and searched through his memories. Along the way, he also saw quite a few disciples of the 100 Poisons sect. Their strengths were almost all over 200 dragons, close to 300 dragons, and the successor disciples had reached over 300 dragons. The 100 Poisons sect was only a small sect in the Ghost Tomb region. After being captured, Yi Xian could only feel immense pressure. He had wanted to take things slowly, but he didn't expect something like this to happen. Along the way, he was very careful. He was afraid that his handsomeness would provoke a disciple and cause him to be beaten to death. Fortunately, his worries were unfounded. He found the place where he lived that day. Old Monster Hong lived next door. When he walked over, he found the door open. He peeked inside, but there was no one inside. It seemed that old Monster Hong had gone out. However, at this moment, a disciple of the 100 Poisons sect suddenly walked over. "What are you doing here?" asked the disciple. Yi Xian shuddered and hurriedly answered, "I'm here to look for Steward Hong." Only then did he realize that this disciple was the disciple guarding the mountain that old Monster Hong had captured him that day. "It's you?" The disciple also recognized Yi Xian. "Steward Hong was severely injured a few days ago and died 2 days ago. He left a letter for me to give to you." "What?" His words caused Yi Xian's body to tremble. "Old Monster Hong is dead?" Yi Xian's eyes shot out 2 rays of light. He took a step forward and received the letter. Then, the disciple continued, "All right, I've done what Steward Hong asked me to do. His grave is under that tree." After saying that, the disciple left. Yi Xian was stunned for 2 seconds before turning his head to look. Sure enough, there was a tombstone standing under a large tree not far away. He opened the letter. "Kid, I'm afraid I'll be dead by the time you read this letter. I'm sorry for bringing you to the 100 Poisons Valley. I wanted to take you as my disciple, but I didn't expect this to happen. Young Master Shi's 100 Poisons palm is very powerful. I've made several breakthroughs recently, so my foundation isn't stable. That's why I can't heal you. I, Hong Feng, have never married and I don't have any friends. Before I died, I buried an interspatial ring behind the tombstone. This is the only wealth I have left. The location of my poisonous flower beds are in the ring. I'll give it all to you. Lastly, don't try to avenge me." When Yi Xian finished reading the letter, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but tear up. A wave of sadness surged into his heart. Even though old Monster Hong wasn't a good person, he had his principles. In order to protect Yi Xian, he was beaten to death by young Master Shi. At that moment, Yi Xian had already made up his mind to kill those 3 people. Steward Qiu, young Master Shi, and Elder Wu. All 3 of them must be buried with old Monster Hong. Yi Xian stood in silence for a while. Then, he retracted his killing intent and slowly walked to the tombstone. He started digging. Sure enough, there was an interspatial ring behind the tombstone. Yi Xian checked it. Sure enough, there were many good things inside. Yi Xian had received a lot of rewards from old Monster Hong, but he didn't use them all up. To Yi Xian, this was a huge fortune. Immediately, Yi Xian directly swallowed these heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Ding! Host has broken through to 230 dragons. Hiss! When Yi Xian heard the notification, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Just a moment ago, he only had 190 dragons of power. Now, his power had increased by 40 dragons. At the same time, Beast King's rage had increased to 3 times. Chapter 424. Princess of Poison, the devouring system is too evil. If these things were given to someone else, it would be enough to create several experts with 300 dragon power. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he filled up the hole and walked to the front of the tomb. He knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Senior, although you don't allow me to take revenge, I feel that this vengeance must be avenged. Rest in peace, I will make those 3 accompany you in death. Yi Xian said slowly. After saying that, he left. Although he had broken through to 230 dragons, he was barely able to deal with Steward Qiu, let alone young Master Shi and Elder Wu. Therefore, this matter had to be considered at length. He stayed there for 7 days, and when he felt that it was about time, he decided to leave and head to Elder Wu's residence. He was afraid that Elder Wu would find trouble with him if he couldn't find him. Elder Wu did not arrange a place for him to stay, so he could only wait outside Elder Wu's wooden house. This wait lasted for another 3 days. 3 days later, Elder Wu finally returned. When Yi Xian heard the news, he also went out. This time, Elder Wu didn't come back alone. He was accompanied by a young girl in a long black dress. She had a pretty face and looked to be around 18 years old. She was even younger than Yi Xian. Elder Wu stood beside her with a respectful expression. However, behind the 2 of them was a black poisonous scorpion that was bigger than a tank. Its stinger was longer than a human arm. It's the 100 Poison Princess. Heavens, isn't this our 100 Poison sect's young sect leader? Why is she here again? When the 100 Poison Princess came to our branch last year, she also brought that black scorpion king with her. It is said that when 2 disciples of the 300 Dragon sect were cleaning its shell, one of them accidentally angered it and was stabbed by its stinger. He was poisoned to death in a second, and the other was directly clamped in 2 by its giant pincers. How scary. Why did she come to our branch again? The disciples of the 100 Poison sect were discussing in private. Fortunately, they were far away, otherwise, they would have been overheard. From their discussion, Yi Xian learned that the 100 Poison sect was only a branch sect, and that the girl in black was from the main sect. At the same time, this black-clothed girl's mount, the Black Scorpion King, was also very terrifying. It killed a 3rd-level Imperial Qi cultivator in 1 hit. At this time, the girl in black suddenly said, "Little Black has carried me for a long time. Elder Wu, find someone to help me wash it." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire crowd fell silent. Yes. But at that moment, the 100 Poison sect disciples in the area quickly retreated, and they did not even turn their heads to look back. Damn it, isn't it just a Black Scorpion King of the Royal Air Level 3? Is there a need to be so scared? Elder Wu cursed angrily. He glanced around and found a good candidate. You, come here. Elder Wu pointed at Yi Xian, who was not far away. F***CK. The surrounding disciples fled too quickly. Before Yi Xian could react, he was pointed out by Elder Wu. He immediately cursed in his heart. This time, it was another F***King tragedy. Helplessly, he could only quickly walk over. You, take the Black Scorpion King to wash it. Remember, serve it well. Elder Wu said to Yi Xian. Well, Elder Wu, I'm not familiar with the 100 Poisons Valley. Yi Xian hurriedly replied. He didn't even know where there was water. Elder Wu thought about it and agreed. So he turned around and pointed at a disciple who ran back. You, take him there. The group of disciples just now all ran away, not a single one left. But when Elder Wu pointed at Yi Xian, they all came back. The person Elder Wu pointed at was the closest to Yi Xian. When he was pointed at, he wanted to die, but he didn't dare to disobey and could only respectfully respond. "Little Black, follow them," the black-clothed girl said softly. Immediately, the Black Scorpion King crawled toward Yi Xian and left with the two people. Yi Xian was also speechless. There were so many disciples of the 100 Poisons sect, so why did they pick an outsider like him? Moreover, Elder Wu had said that he would take him in as a disciple. How could he forget so quickly? "You motherf ***, Elder Wu, when I have the strength, I'll be the first to kill you." Yi Xian cursed in his heart as he guarded against the Black Scorpion King. This was a Black Scorpion King with 300 dragon power. Even if it didn't use its poison needles, it could crush Yi Xian to death with its pincers. Fortunately, the Black Scorpion King didn't attack. This disciple brought Yi Xian and the Black Scorpion King to get some tools first, then brought Yi Xian and the Black Scorpion King to a lake in the 100 Poisons Valley. This disciple only had 300 dragon power and barely reached level 3 Qi controlling realm. When he found out that Yi Xian was only a weakling with 230 dragon power, his heart sank. This meant that if something happened later, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to help at all. You must be very careful later. Don't provoke the Black Scorpion King, or else I'll kill you first. This disciple reminded him in a low voice. Yi Xian felt like there were 10,000 horses galloping in his heart. Who the hell would provoke this thing for no reason? After the Black Scorpion King followed Yi Xian and Yi Xian to the lake, it quietly waited there and closed its eyes. Scorpions usually had 8 eyes, with 1 pair in the middle and 3 on each side of the front. It was quite frightening. At the same time, scorpions were one of the animals that Yi Xian hated the most. Because they had too many legs, it was disgusting. In addition, there were also spiders and centipedes, which were also things that Yi Xian hated. If he wasn't afraid of being killed by Elder Wu, he wouldn't have chosen to clean the scorpion shell even if he was a caterpillar. Don't provoke it no matter what. Yi Xian told himself in his heart. He wasn't afraid of this Black Scorpion King with 300 dragon power. If he used Beast King Rampage, he could also reach 300 dragon power. With his speed, he could already kill the Black Scorpion King. However, this Black Scorpion King's master had a powerful background. Even Elder Wu had to be respectful to him. If anything happened to the Black Scorpion King, Yi Xian would definitely lose his head. Therefore, Yi Xian could only pray that the Black Scorpion King wouldn't do anything stupid. If it really did cause trouble, Yi Xian would just have to fight it to the death. Yi Xian and the other disciple began to clean the Black Scorpion King. Both of them were very careful. The other disciple was even more nervous than Yi Xian. Even his hands were trembling. "Damn it, don't get me into trouble," Yi Xian kept praying in his heart. Fortunately, he could fly. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to clean the Black Scorpion King's back. The two carefully cleaned the Black Scorpion King. Although it was a little slow, it was better to be cautious. Their movements were like ordinary car washers scrubbing a Rolls-Royce Phantom, afraid that they would scrape the Black Scorpion King. The two of them showered for about 5 minutes. At this moment. Chapter 425. Seriously injured? F***CK. Yi Xian reacted quickly and dodged. The next moment, he heard a crack as the disciple was snapped in half by the giant pincers. The 100 Poisons sect disciple let out a heart-wrenching scream. He was not dead yet, but what happened next would be unforgettable. The Black Scorpion King actually grabbed his upper body and stuffed it into its mouth. F***CK, it's eating him. Yi Xian was scared half to death. He clearly saw the disciple's expression of despair when his head was stuffed into the scorpion's mouth. Crack! Crack! Yi Xian was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he was not the first one to attack, or else things would have been bad. However, this was not the end of it. The Black Scorpion King swallowed the disciple's lower body as well. Yi Xian tensed up as he stared at the Black Scorpion King. He did not know if the Black Scorpion King would attack him after eating the disciple. Crack! Crack! That miserable disciple had been completely devoured. Then, the Black Scorpion King turned around and glanced at Yi Xian, but did not do anything. Not attacking? Is it full? Or what? Yi Xian held the Bahuang sword in his hand and looked at it strangely. He felt that the Black Scorpion King did not seem to be hostile to him. Could it be because of the Beast King bloodline? Or was it because he had swallowed too many poisonous plants, and the Black Scorpion King was poisonous to begin with, so it did not want to eat him? Yi Xian could not understand this either. However, he did not dare to let his guard down. After all, this was a level 3 chi-controlling sacred beast. If it suddenly attacked, even he could die. That disciple was the best example. Yi Xian and the Black Scorpion King looked at each other. Then, the Black Scorpion King closed its eyes again. Phew! Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what the Black Scorpion King did, he had to be careful. He stood there for a while, his eyes never leaving the Black Scorpion King. Half an hour later, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the sky and landed beside the Black Scorpion King. One of the 2 figures was Elder Wu, and the other was the master of the Black Scorpion King, the black-clothed girl. The smell of blood? Elder Wu frowned as he landed on the ground. The girl in black was also slightly surprised and said, "Strange, Little Black actually didn't eat the other one this time." Yi Xian, who was not far away, heard this and his face darkened. What the F***ck was this? At that moment, the Black Scorpion King opened its 8 eyes. "Not bad, but your mouth is not clean." "Forget it, Elder Wu, I have to leave for a while. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Xiao He." The woman in black turned her head and said, "Yes, yes. Please rest assured, young sect master." Elder Wu replied respectfully. The black-clothed girl turned her head and glanced at Yi Xian, saying, "Little Black doesn't seem to want to eat you, so you'll have to take care of it in the coming days. Remember, eat sacred beast meat 3 times a day. A cow's meat is enough. Also, wash it once a day. If you do well, you will be rewarded when you return." What? Yi Xian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The Black Scorpion King didn't want to eat him? What kind of joke was this? Reward your ass. Can't you find someone else? Yi Xian was already imagining 10,000 F***king horses trampling over the black-clothed girl in his heart. But because of the girl's identity, he didn't dare to refute. Because when the girl and Elder Wu flew over, there were a total of 45 large wyverns around the girl, while Elder Wu only had 43 wyverns, 2 fewer than her. This meant that the black-clothed girl was at level 4 chi-controlling realm and had 450 dragons of power, which was almost twice his power. After the black-clothed girl finished speaking, she said a few words to the Black Scorpion King and threw a yin and yang ring to Yi Xian, then turned around and left. "Kid, she is the young sect master of our 100 Poison sect's main sect. If she takes a liking to you, it will be much better than becoming my personal disciple. You better serve her well and there will be plenty of benefits for you." After saying that, Elder Wu left. "Screw your grandma's personal disciple." Yi Xian cursed in his heart and angrily took the yin and yang ring. There were quite a lot of things. His heart immediately became conflicted. This was the Ghost Tomb Lord after all. Even if he worked as a Herman, he would rise faster than if he worked outside. Ding, the host has broken through to 250 dragons. The black-clothed girl's identity was very unusual. After she gave him a lot of things, Yi Xian actually increased his power by 20 dragons after devouring them. But now Yi Xian was relieved. Because of the black-clothed girl's words, his safety should be increased by a lot. Now that he had broken through to 250 250 dragons of power. If he used Beast King's Rampage, he could increase it to 325 dragons. In addition to his agility advancement, he could almost compete with level 4 Qi-controlling realm cultivators in speed. He wondered if he should find a chance to kidnap 100 Poisons sect disciple and ask for the method to leave 100 Poisons Valley, then secretly leave. But after thinking about it, he decided to forget about it because there were still a few hidden experts in front of the 100 Poisons sect. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to break out. I'll wait for her to come back. Who knows, maybe I can increase my strength a bit. I'll think about it then. Yi Xian temporarily dispelled this idea. As long as he increased his strength a bit more, then he would have the ability to leave 100 Poisons Valley. For the next few days, Yi Xian stayed by the lake and took care of the Black Scorpion King. He fed it 3 meals a day on time and did not forget to bathe it once a day. Aside from eating, the Black Scorpion King's eyes were closed. It did not have any hostility towards Yi Xian because Yi Xian had the Beast King's bloodline, which made it feel fearful. Yi Xian took care of the Black Scorpion King for half a month. During this time, many 100 Poisons Valley disciples came to observe. They were very surprised that Yi Xian could live for so long under the Black Scorpion King's eyes. However, they did not dare to approach for fear of angering the Black Scorpion King and causing a massacre. If they were killed, then no one would redress their grievances. Half a month later, the black-clothed young lady finally returned. However, this time, she was heavily injured. No, to be precise, she was poisoned. Yi Xian also heard the commotion, so he returned to 100 Poisons Valley to take a look and heard the news. The Princess of 100 Poisons was injured by some expert and poisoned to the point where her life is in danger. After hearing the news, Yi Xian was shocked. He returned to the lake and told the Black Scorpion King. Who knew that the Black Scorpion King would immediately open all 8 of its eyes and madly rush back? Yi Xian quickly followed. He did not expect such a thing to happen. He could only hope that the black-clothed girl was fine. Otherwise, he would be King screwed again. Maybe the 100 Poisons sect would vent their anger on him and he would be drowned in a pig cage and executed. Chapter 426. 90% chance. At this time, in front of a pavilion in the 100 Poison Valley, there were already hundreds of people gathered. In addition, there were thousands of disciples outside, all watching. What kind of poison did the young sect master get? Her face is black, and she spits out blood every 3 steps. I heard the elders say that she was injured by the young sect master of the 5 Poison sect. How is that possible? The young sect master is an expert with 450 dragons, and the young sect master of the 5 Poison sect is only 430 dragons. How did he do it? It must be poison. What a joke! The young sect master is our 100 Poison sect's once-in-a-thousand-years genius. She once silently poisoned an enemy of the same level, but I heard that the young sect master of the 5 Poison sect is not weak either. The outer disciples were discussing in low voices, and so were the elders in front of the pavilion, but their expressions were not very good. What do we do? What do we do? We have never seen this poison before. I'm afraid that in another 2 hours, the young sect master will. The sect master is not here. This is bad. If the young sect master dies in our branch, then, quick, let all the disciples in the 100 Poison Valley gather here. What's the use? Even us old guys who have been in contact with poison for decades are helpless. Can these trash detoxify the poison? Then what do we do? We can only see if the great elder can distinguish what kind of poison it is, and open it up. Maybe it will work. These dozen elders looked at each other. No one knew how to detoxify the poison. They only knew that the girl in black was poisoned with a mixture of poisons, which was very difficult to detoxify. At this time, move aside, the young sect master's Black Scorpion King is here. Suddenly, a disciple from the 100 Poisons sect shouted. Immediately after, a gap opened up in the crowd. The Black Scorpion King hurriedly rushed over, and Yi Xian followed closely behind, running to the front of the pavilion. The Black Scorpion King was at least a third-level Imperial Qi holy beast. Its intelligence was not lower than a human's. After it rushed in, it let out a hiss, asking about the situation. The young sect master was poisoned by the young sect master of the 5 poison sect, Yang Ming. After returning to the 100 poison sect, she was unconscious. An elder from the 100 poison sect said. When the Black Scorpion King heard this, it immediately opened its legs, preparing to rush in. More than 10 elders hurriedly followed and intercepted the Black Scorpion King. The Great Elder is now analyzing the poison for the young sect master. You must not go in and disturb him. The elder said hurriedly. When the Black Scorpion King heard this, he could only stop. His long tail kept moving, looking very anxious. It had been raised by the black-clothed girl since it was young. It had been less than 10 years since it was born, so it had a very deep relationship with the girl. However, it also understood that there was nothing it could do if it rushed in, and it might even disturb the other party. After a while. Creak. The door of the pavilion opened and a white-haired old man walked out. Following that, the dozen or so elders and true disciples swarmed forward. Great Elder, how is it? The white-robed old man sighed and shook his head. The types of mixed poisons can be identified. There are 7 types in total, and they are all very common. However, the dosage of these 7 poisons is very ingenious. Even I can't do anything about it. If I were to recklessly detoxify the poison, it would only speed up the time of young sect leader's death. Hearing this, everyone felt as if their hearts had been struck by a sledgehammer. Did that mean there was no other way? What do we do? The group of elders only felt a wave of confusion, silently sighing that they had lived their entire lives in vain. The young sect leader of the 5 poisons sect, after all, was only in his early 20s. The dozen elders all stared at each other. After a while, the 100 poisons princess would most likely die from the poison. If the 100 poisons princess died here, the 100 poisons sect leader would definitely not let them go. At this time. Great Elder, can you announce the 7 poisons? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice sounded, making all the elders and true disciples shut their mouths. The Great Elder thought it was some disciple asking, so he turned his head. Just as he was about to speak, he discovered that it was an unfamiliar young man. Who are you? The Great Elder of the 100 Poisons Valley asked curiously. Elder Wu was shocked, hurriedly scolding, "Bastard thing, where is the right for you to speak? Quickly get out of here." The person who opened his mouth to ask, was Yi Xian, who did not care about his life. This time, it was a rare opportunity for him. The 100 Poisons princess was poisoned, and everyone in the 100 Poisons sect was helpless. The 100 Poisons princess was in imminent danger, and most likely did not have long to live. Right now, if he dispelled the 100 Poisons princess poison, then he would reach the heavens in a single step. If he did so, there would most likely be the danger of being immediately killed by some elder. But he had confidence, because the Great Elder had said that the 100 Poisons princess was poisoned with a mixture of poisons. The 7 poisons were all very common. As long as he fed the 100 Poisons princess his blood, most likely he would be able to dispel several poisons in an instant. At that time, it would no longer be a mixture of poisons. Hearing Elder Wu scolding, Yi Xian did not pay attention, but continued, "I may be able to dispel a mixture of poisons, but it depends on which 7 poisons it is." Elder Wu was fuming. Right now, even the true disciples did not dare to speak, and Yi Xian, this trash who was not even a 100 Poisons sect disciple, dared to threaten to dispel a mixture of poisons. He was really looking for death. He was just about to rush over and slap Yi Xian's face crooked, but at this time, the Great Elder spoke, "Are you sure?" "I am sure, as long as I have seen these 7 poisons before." Yi Xian solemnly nodded his head. "Great Elder, don't listen to him. This brat is only a drug tester that I caught, he is not a disciple of our 100 Poisons sect. How could he possibly know how to dispel poisons?" Elder Wu said through gritted teeth. The 100 Poisons sect was a sect that specialized in refining poisons, poisoning, and dispelling poisons. And Yi Xian did not know where he came from. It would be strange if he knew how to dispel poisons. Elder Wu, you shut up. The great elder suddenly scolded him. Although he did not believe in Yi Xian, but in less than 2 hours, the 100 Poisons princess would die from the poison, so he might as well try everything he could. Listen carefully, these 7 poisons are, the great elder began to recite the names of the 7 poisons. After Yi Xian heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. He had eaten 6 of these poisons before. The poison pill that old Monster Hong had given him before was refined from these poisonous plants and poisonous flowers. I can dispel 6 of these poisons, but I'm afraid I can't dispel the broken gall orchid. Yi Xian shook his head. When these words came out, the eyes of all the elders and disciples present popped out. The great elder also cried out in surprise, as long as you can dispel the other 6 poisons, I will dispel the broken gall orchid. However, are you sure you can dispel 6 of them? I am 90% sure. If the great elder does not believe me, you can take out any poisonous plant or poison pill and I will test it myself. Yi Xian said. All right. Chapter 427. Detoxification. Yi Xian took it and looked at it. He recognized this pill. It was made from a mixture of 3 different poisons. It was something that old Monster Hong had given to him as a reward. It just so happened that he was immune to all 3 poisons. Then, in public, under the eyes of more than 10 4th-tier Imperial Qi experts, he put the poison pill into his mouth. He even deliberately put it between his 2 rows of teeth and swallowed it. Ding, the host is immune to the poison. Ding, the host is immune to the poison. Ding, the host is immune to the poison. 3 notifications sounded in succession. This poison pill was like a piece of chocolate to Yi Xian. It had no effect at all. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. This pill was an acute poison. Any martial artist below 3rd level Imperial Qi who took it would definitely die within 2 seconds. And Yi Xian, who was only 250 dragons, lasted for 3 seconds. No, it was already 4 seconds. Everyone was shocked. Even with their eyesight, they couldn't see how Yi Xian had detoxified the poison. How did you do it? Great Elder asked in shock. Yi Xian knew that he would ask this question, so he explained, I once ate a magical fruit. After that, I became immune to all poisons. I've also taken those 6 poisons before, but they had no effect on me. So, as long as you use my blood, you can detoxify those 6 poisons. Are you sure? Great Elder frowned and asked again. I'm sure. Yi Xian nodded. Elder Wu suddenly remembered that Yi Xian could survive under the effects of the heartbreak pill. It was indeed strange. Now that he heard Yi Xian reveal the secret himself, he suddenly realized. However, he didn't completely believe it. He immediately shouted angrily, Bastard, if you can really save the young sect master, then you'll be the benefactor of our 100 Poisons sect. If you have any other ideas, I'll twist your head off. He had 430 dragons of strength, while Yi Xian only had 250 dragons. The difference in strength was huge. He could crush Yi Xian to death with one hand. The great elder glanced at him and said to Yi Xian, Come with me. There was no time to lose, and the great elder had no time to hesitate. His conservative estimate was 2 hours, but he was not omnipotent. There were times when he made a wrong estimate. If he was a second late, the 100 Poisons princess might die. Yi Xian hurriedly shot forward and entered the pavilion with the great elder. When they reached the 2nd floor of the pavilion, they discovered that the 2nd floor was actually a sea of flowers. This time, they weren't poisonous flowers. What an abundant spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Is he relying on this to suppress the poison? Yi Xian glanced over and discovered that there was an open space in the middle of the sea of flowers. As for the 100 Poison Princess, she was lying on that open space. At this moment, her skin had already turned black. Although she didn't have consciousness, she would occasionally cough up a mouthful of black blood. The Great Elder walked over with Yi Xian. The latter did not waste any time and directly cut his wrist. Then, he opened Princess Blackface's mouth and poured his blood in. The Great Elder stared at him to prevent him from doing anything. After all, Princess Blackface was currently unconscious. Yi Xian could easily cut off her head with a casual swing of his sword. But at this time, Princess Blackface suddenly coughed, and Yi Xian's blood was directly coughed out. Seeing this, the Great Elder quickly went over and cut open Princess Blackface's wrist. He used his true qi to suppress her blood, then put Yi Xian's wrist in. "I hope your blood is effective. Otherwise, I will kill you on the spot." The Great Elder's eyes flickered. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. He also hoped that this time, the poison would be successfully detoxified. Otherwise, he was dead meat. The Great Elder's realm was at least 450 dragons, so it was enough to kill him instantly. At this moment, time seemed to have been slowed down by 10 times. Yi Xian's heart was beating rapidly as he stared at Princess Blackface's face. However, 3 seconds after their wrists were connected, Princess Blackface's complexion miraculously began to recover. In less than 2 seconds, she returned to normal. But because she had vomited a lot of blood, her face was slightly pale. It actually worked. The Great Elder was also very shocked. He quickly checked Princess Baidu's breath and found that it was relatively stable. Immediately, he took out a purple pill and stuffed it into Princess Baidu's mouth. This was the antidote for the 7th poison, poison-breaking orchid. Then, he took out another pill. Just as he was about to stuff it into Princess Baidu's mouth, he found that Princess Baidu opened her eyes. Yi Xian's blood not only had the effect of detoxification, but it was also equivalent to a holy healing medicine. Therefore, Princess Baidu's injuries had healed a lot. Princess Baidu opened her hazy eyes and was shocked to find a strange man so close to her. She immediately struck out with her palm. Bang! This palm hit Yi Xian's chest. The strength of 450 dragons gushed out and instantly sent Yi Xian flying. Yi Xian was stunned and was sent flying before he could react. He cursed Princess Baidu in his heart for being heartless and unscrupulous. The Great Elder didn't care about Yi Xian and immediately asked, "Young sect master, you're awake. How do you feel?" Princess Baidu glanced at him and sat up to feel her body. Then, she said in shock, "My poison? Young sect master, your poison should be completely detoxified, right?" The Great Elder inquired. "Yes. Even my injuries are mostly healed." Princess Baidu nodded. When the Great Elder heard this, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yi Xian's blood to be able to heal injuries. He hurriedly said, "Young sect master, the poison in your body was detoxified by him." After he finished speaking, he turned to Yi Xian. Although Princess Baidu's palm was a size smaller than Yi Xian's, the strength of her palm was far greater than Yi Xian's. Fortunately, she didn't use any martial arts. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't just have a few broken ribs. He would probably die in an instant. Princess Baidu took a closer look and realized that she knew Yi Xian. She had asked Yi Xian to take care of the Black Scorpion King. Her eyes were still a little blurry, so she didn't recognize him. Now that she knew that it was Yi Xian, she felt a little guilty. "My poison was newly developed by Yang Ming. Even I can't detoxify it. How did you do it?" Princess Baidu asked in astonishment. Without waiting for Yi Xian to speak, the Great Elder explained once more. After hearing this, Princess Baidu was stunned for 2 seconds. Not only could blood detoxify, it could also heal injuries. In the next moment, the 100 Poison Princess's bright eyes flashed with a strange light. She took out a Qian Kuan ring and said, "Thank you very much this time. This is the Qian Kuan ring of the 5 Poison Sects' young master, junior brother Yangming. Treat it as a thank you gift for saving me and an apology for accidentally slapping you." Seeing this, Yi Xian took a big stride forward and took the interspatial ring with shining eyes. Chapter 428. The Savior. "Kid, what's your name?" At this time, the first elder suddenly asked. "Yi Xian." Yi Xian replied. "Very good, you've done a great service this time. Although you're Elder Wu's drug tester, I can make the decision to let you join my 100 Poison sect and directly become an inner sect disciple." The first elder of the 100 Poison sect said. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately thanked, "Thank you, first elder." Now, he was finally out of danger and would not continue to be caught by others to be drug testers. Then, the first elder asked again, "Young sect master, what's going on this time?" The 100 Poison Princess coldly snorted and said, "I was originally invited by that Yangming to poison a 5th-level Imperial Qi Saint beast, but found out it was a trap, so I desperately ran back. Isn't the relationship between the 5 Poison sect and our 100 Poison sect not bad? Why did that Yangming want to make a move on you?" The first elder asked in astonishment. Humph! At the mention of this Yangming, the 100 Poison Princess's expression abruptly changed. She coldly snorted and said, "A while ago, when my 100 Poison sect and 5 Poison sects disciples were traveling outside, they discovered an extremely large poisonous grass plantation. Therefore, our 2 sects decided to use the method of disciple battle to determine the ownership of this plantation. Since they found it at the same time, then it's fine to divide it equally. Why?" The first elder was very puzzled. "My 100 Poison sect thought so, but the size of this plantation exceeded our estimation, and the 5 Poison sects' ambition is very big, wanting to monopolize this land." The 100 Poison Princess explained. "Then the content of the competition is?" the first elder inquired. "Poisoning, detoxification, and poison death, 2 out of 3 wins." The 100 Poison Princess replied. Poisoning, detoxification, poison death, these 3 terms were very familiar to the first elder, because this was a fair competition within the Ghost Tomb Poison King sect's territory. The poisoning competition was to test the 2 people's poisoning ability, to see who could silently poison the opponent. Simply speaking, this was a life and death battle, to see who killed the opponent first. In the detoxification competition, both sides took out a poison pill for the opponent to consume, and also took out treasures that could be used to create the antidote. Of course, he could use more to confuse the other party, but he could not use more than 5 of them. At the same time, this kind of poison had to keep the opponent alive for 3 minutes. Therefore, both sides had 3 minutes to concoct the antidote. If one of them died from the poison within 3 minutes, the opponent would lose. If both of them could detoxify the poison within 3 minutes, then it would be a draw and a battle of life and death would be used to determine the winner. This battle was extremely difficult. If the other party sent out a low-level suicide squad and the dosage of the poison was wrong, then the suicide squad would die instantly and their side would be judged to have lost. The poison competition was a competition where both sides would take out 5 types of poisonous herbs and use these 10 to concoct a poison. Then, they would force the other side to consume the poison and see which side would die first. This competition was also very cruel because they were not allowed to cure the poison. Only when one of them died would they be considered to have won, and then the poison would be cured. 3 matches and at least 3 people had to die. This was the atmosphere of the Ghost Tomb region. They didn't care about human lives. That 5 Poison sect's Yangming only has 430 dragons, and his poison skills are inferior to the young heads. He'll definitely let us win the first round, but the second and third rounds will depend on luck. The head elder frowned. On the side, Yi Xian quickly thought it over. The second round of the poison competition was actually the most difficult. If they wanted to win, they would have to ensure that their opponent died within 3 minutes. This would depend on their eyesight and detoxification skills. In the second round of the poison competition, there were often situations where one side won, but one person died. Because the poison was the opponent, it was extremely difficult to find a winner for the second round. As for the third round, it would depend on what kind of poisonous herbs each side brought out. Head Elder, I originally thought that my 100 Poisons sect only had a 70% chance of winning, but now I'm 100% sure. Princess 100 Poisons declared. Young Head, you mean? The Head Elder was a bit surprised, but he followed Princess 100 Poisons' gaze to finally land on Yi Xian. The Head Elder immediately reacted. Yi Xian had such a unique constitution. He was the poison sect's nemesis. If Yi Xian participated, he would definitely win the second and third round. Damn, why do I keep getting into trouble? Yi Xian was already drunk. He was beginning to wonder if he was a jinx, bringing trouble wherever he went. What's your name? Princess 100 Poisons asked. Yi Xian. If you can help me, I'll have my father take you as a disciple. Princess 100 Poisons continued. The Head Elder was shocked. Princess 100 Poisons' father was the head of the 100 Poisons sect. At the same time, it also showed how big and precious that piece of land was. Shit, you're trying to tempt me with the offer of a disciple again. That old fogey Elder Wu said the same thing, but he immediately let it go like a fart. Yi Xian thought to himself, then said, many thanks, young head, but I think it's better to give me some rare treasures. You don't want to be my father's disciple? Princess 100 Poisons was shocked. Her father was a 6th rank Yinqi expert. But that was fine too. Yi Xian didn't even have 300 dragons. It would be too embarrassing for him to be her junior brother. Princess 100 Poisons asked, speaking of which, do you know how to refine poisons? Yes. Yi Xian answered without hesitation. What kind of joke was this? What was the devouring system for? It could refine poisons in an instant as long as it was given raw materials. Princess 100 Poisons was a little skeptical. The 100 Poisons sect specialized in poisons. Yi Xian's claim to know how to refine poisons was at most a beginner's level. Thus, she took out 5 types of poisonous plants. Then use these to refine a poison for me to see. Yi Xian took the plants and pretended to take out a cauldron. He also recognized these poisonous herbs. He quickly searched in his mind to see what kind of poison he could use these poisonous herbs to refine. Now that he had more devouring crystals than he could spend, he had no use for them at the moment, so he made a big trade. Then, he found a suitable poison pill formula. He took a little of each of the 5 plants and put them into the cauldron. Then, he closed the lid and poured his qi into the cauldron to begin refining. In fact, he wasn't refining at all. He was just pretending. He used the angle and the cover of the cauldron to put a poison pill inside. More than 10 seconds later, steam rushed out of the cauldron and the refining was complete. The Great Elder opened the lid and found that there really was a scarlet pill lying inside. He picked it up and smelled it, and said in shock, "This is the blood-devouring pill." Chapter 429. Sect Leader of 100 Poisons Sect, not bad, you have reached the level of an inner disciple. However, if you want to win, your ability is still not enough. For the next month, you will learn from me. 100 Poisons Princess said. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. If the disciples of 100 Poisons Sect were here, they would definitely be envious. 100 Poisons Sect had countless poisons, but they could not come into contact with many of them. To be able to be taught by the number 1 genius of 100 Poisons Sect, this was something that could not be bought with money. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Young sect leader, Great Elder, actually, I was still hiding something from you. My body is immune to poison, but I am still not immune to some rare poisons. However, as long as I have eaten it before, then the second time I eat it, it will not have any effect. That is why I need a large amount of poisonous plants. Oh. 100 Poisons Princess and Great Elder looked at each other. This body was actually so mysterious. If that is the case, then we will give up on the detoxification competition. I will use the poison, and you will use the poison to kill. 2 out of 3 wins, then our 100 Poisons sect will win. Great Elder, immediately prepare a portion of all the poisonous plants and flowers. 100 Poisons Princess ordered. Although this was only a branch of 100 Poisons sect, there were still many poisonous plants and flowers. Adding the ones on 100 Poisons Princess, it was more or less enough. After all, during the poison competition, the 100 Poisons sect and the 5 Poisons sect each took out 5 types of poison grass. If Yi Xian had eaten all 5 types of poison grass from the 5 Poisons sect, then they would have won by half. The other half was to let Yi Xian learn how to refine poisons and kill his opponent in 3 minutes. Immediately after, 100 Poisons Princess led Yi Xian and Great Elder out of the pavilion. The elders and disciples waiting outside the pavilion felt as if their hearts were being stabbed by knives. After seeing 100 Poisons Princess, they immediately cried out in alarm. He is out, the young sect leader is actually fine. Heavens, that brat's blood can actually detoxify poisons. This is our 100 Poisons sect's nemesis. So what if he is our nemesis? He only has 250 dragon power, I can crush him with one hand. Shoo, that brat is the savior of the 100 Poison Princess. Do you want to die? The disciples were all dumbstruck. The poison that even the 100 Poison Princess was helpless against was actually neutralized by a layman with 250 dragon power. This was truly a miracle. Not only that, but the elders as well. That kid actually did it? Both Elder Wu and young Master Shi had the same thought. They were very conflicted. Firstly, they didn't want Princess Baidu to die. Secondly, they wanted to see Yi Xian die. At this time, the 100 Poisons Princess suddenly shouted, "From today onwards, Yi Xian will be an inner disciple of our 100 Poisons main sect, and his status will be the same as the branch sect's direct disciples. Furthermore, I hope that all of you will keep your mouths shut about what happened today. If anyone is discovered to be talking about it or spreading the news, they will all be deemed as traitors to the 100 Poisons sect." Gulp. When these words fell into everyone's ears, their bodies trembled. An inner disciple of the sect? Betray the 100 Poisons sect? It seemed that Yi Xian really did save the 100 Poisons Princess. You all heard the young master's words. All of you shut your mouths and don't go out during this time. Especially about Yi Xian. If anyone dares to talk about it again, kill without mercy. First Elder added. Although this was making a mountain out of a molehill, this matter was of great importance. If the 5 Poisons sect found out, then it would be troublesome. Although the 100 Poisons Princess didn't say it, he could hear that this competition was very important. That piece of land was extraordinarily precious to them. Next, the 100 Poisons Princess also left with Yi Xian and the Black Scorpion King, and went to a hidden place in the 100 Poisons Valley for special training. First Elder also brought a large amount of poisonous grass, including the newly planted ones. Yi Xian began to test one by one to increase his poison resistance. At the same time, he used the excuse of his physique to consume the interspatial ring and the other poisonous grass. 300 dragon power. That interspatial ring and the poisonous grass that First Elder and the 100 Poisons Princess took out allowed him to reach 300 dragon power, reaching the 3rd level of the Qi-controlling realm. The 100 Poisons Princess was also very surprised. She thought that if nurtured well, Yi Xian might be able to become one of the 100 Poisons sect's secret weapons. In this month, she imparted a lot of knowledge to Yi Xian, and also gave Yi Xian quite a few poison pill recipes. At the same time, Yi Xian also learned of her name, Feng Yaqing. Yi Xian couldn't understand. Such a nice name, such a beautiful girl, but she emitted a dangerous aura from head to toe. Her hair, shoulders, and even her lips were poisonous. If one accidentally touched it, they wouldn't even know how they died. This made Yi Xian very surprised. He guessed that Feng Yaqing definitely had a lot of poison on her, maybe even there. He was very suspicious. Was Feng Yaqing really an 18-year-old girl? Could it be that she wasn't a 100-year-old poison witch? Feng Yaqing's poison had already become a habit. If she were to marry in the future, would she accidentally poison her husband to death? After a month of special training, Yi Xian's poison resistance was much higher, and he was completely immune to the 100 poison sects poison pills. In 3 days, it would be the competition between the 100 poison sect and the 5 poison sect. Therefore, Feng Yaqing directly brought Yi Xian and some of the 100 poison sect's branch elders to meet up with the main sect. 3 days later, the branch and main sect's teams finally met up. Father. After seeing the main sect's team, Feng Yaqing also directly went up to them. The 100 poison sect leader, Feng Shan, was a seemingly easygoing middle-aged man. After seeing Feng Yaqing, he also smiled and said, "How was it, did you get anything this time?" "Father, that Yang Ming and the 5 poison sect are not good people. They invited me to poison a 5th-level Qi-controlling realm sacred beast, but secretly set up an ambush. I almost died in that Yang Ming's hands," Feng Yaqing hurriedly said. When the 100 poison sect leader heard this, his expression suddenly changed. "What is going on? Yang Ming is your fiancé, why would he want to kill you? Maybe it's because of this plantation. That day, I killed a bloody path to return to the branch. Even I couldn't do anything about that Yang Ming's poison. Fortunately, he saved me." After Feng Yaqing finished speaking, she turned her head to look at Yi Xian, who was beside the Black Scorpion King. Feng Shan turned his head to look at Yi Xian and said in a low voice, "Tell me the whole story." This matter was of great importance. The 100 poison sect and the 5 poison sect had a good relationship. The 100 poison sect's young sect leader, Feng Yaqing, and the 5 poison sect's young sect leader, Yang Ming, were engaged. It was also because of this that Feng Yaqing went to attend the meeting alone. But who would have thought that Yang Ming actually secretly set up an ambush to kill Feng Yaqing? Perhaps only the 5 poison sect knew the reason behind this. Chapter 430. Forfeit? Could it be that the plantation has a secret we don't know? This was the guess of the 100 poison sect's upper echelon. The 100 poison sect had a good relationship with the 5 poison sect. Even if the plantation was precious, the 5 poison sect would not fall out with the 100 poison sect over it. Therefore, the plantation must have other secrets. No matter what, since the 5 poison sect wants to kill Yaqing, then they have broken off relations with the 100 poison sect. Everyone be careful, there may be a hard battle later. Feng Shan reminded them, then turned to look at Yi Xian and asked, "Yaqing, you said just now that you want him to participate in the poison competition?" "Yes, he is already immune to a large amount of poison. Father, if you give him some rare ones, we should be able to win this round." Feng Yaqing nodded. "I originally wanted to let your second senior brother go, but if he is really as magical as you say, then let him go. I still have some poisonous grass that the main sect has just cultivated, go give it to him," Feng Shan said. "Okay." Feng Yaqing nodded, then took the things and walked towards Yi Xian. Feng Shan and the other upper echelon of the 100 poison sect also followed. Then, Yi Xian swallowed the poisonous grass in front of them, increasing his poison resistance again. It is indeed magical. These poisonous grass are enough to kill a level 5 Imperial Qi expert. Feng Shan was very surprised. "I also passed him some of the poison pill formulas you passed to me. Father, try to use these poisonous grass in the poison competition later," Feng Yaqing reminded. "Yes, I know." Feng Shan nodded. Then, he led the others to the side for a meeting, obviously suspicious of the 5 poison sect's actions, but Feng Yaqing was Feng Shan's daughter, she could not be lying. Therefore, there must be something wrong with the 5 Poisons sect. This time, the 100 Poisons sect did not bring many people, other than Feng Shan who was level 6 Imperial Qi expert. There were only 4 level 5 Imperial Qi experts. A level 5 Imperial Qi expert came from the sect, so there were 5 of them. Next, there were more than 10 level 4 Imperial Qi experts and dozens of direct disciples who came to see the world. When it was about time, they would organize their teams and head to the agreed location. This time, they were actually barging into a tiger's den because this could be another ambush. However, it was impossible for them not to go, so the members of the 100 Poisons sect were prepared to give it their all. A day later, the 100 Poisons sect group finally arrived at the agreed location, a place called the Dark Swamp. The people from the 5 Poisons sect had already arrived a step earlier. Their people were about the same as the 100 Poisons sect, roughly 50. Brother Feng, long time no see. After seeing the people from the 100 Poisons sect, the sect leader of the 5 Poisons sect, Tang Huaiji, also smiled and cupped his fists. Long time no see, Brother Tang. Feng Shan squeezed out a smile and pretended that nothing had happened. Tang Huaiji and the others were stunned. At the same time, they cast a glance at Feng Yaqing, who was in the group from 100 Poisons, and noticed that she was glaring at them as if she wanted to eat them alive. What's going on? This girl isn't poisoned to death. Tang Huaiji was very surprised, and so was Yang Ming from the 5 Poisons sect. Although Feng Yaqing broke through the encirclement and escaped the pursuit, she was poisoned and didn't have long to live. But who knew that Feng Yaqing was actually still alive? Since Feng Yaqing was still alive, then what was going on with Feng Shan? Why would he greet them? Brother Feng, since you're here, then let's start right away. Tang Huaiji said with a smile. Okay. Feng Shan didn't waste time. The two of them began to draw lots. There were 3 rounds in the competition, but it didn't mean that they would follow the order of poisoning, detoxification, and poisoning. Soon, the order of the 3 rounds was decided. The first round, detoxification. The second round, poisoning. The third round, poisoning. In the detoxification competition, each side would take out a poison and give it to the other side. At the same time, they would take out the heaven and earth treasure to make the antidote. The poison had to keep the opponent alive for 3 minutes. If the opponent died within 3 minutes, then the side would lose. If both sides were detoxified within 3 minutes, then it would be a draw, and the winner would be decided in a life and death battle. In this round, luck played a huge role, and no one had the confidence to win. Brother Feng, my 5 Poisons sect will send him out, Tang Huaiji said, looking at one person in the team. But this disciple hadn't walked out yet when Feng Shan interrupted, no need, my 100 Poisons sect forfeits the detoxification competition. Once the 3 matches began, one of them had to die. However, before the competition started, one could still forfeit. Forfeit? When the people from the 5 Poisons sect heard this, their eyes instantly lit up. They didn't expect to win 1 round at the beginning. Next, as long as they won 1 more round, they would win. That disciple from the 5 Poisons sect also let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he didn't have to die. The second round was poisoning. In the poisoning competition, each side would send out 1 person, and at the same time, each side would take out 5 types of poisonous grass. Then, the 2 people would use these 10 types of poisonous grass to make poison on the spot, and let the opponent consume it to see which side's participant would die first. Yuqi Su, you're up, Tang Huaiji said. Yuqi Su was a direct disciple of the 5 Poisons sect. His strength had just reached the 4th level of the Imperial Qi realm, and his knowledge of poisonous grass was extremely wide. He was also very skilled in refining poisons, and was second only to Yang Ming in the 5 Poisons sect. After seeing him, the faces of the people from the 100 Poisons sect all sank, and then, all of them gathered on a young man. Yi Xian was locked on by dozens of gazes, and knew that it was time for him to go out. After taking a deep breath, he walked out. Who is this? Seeing that Yi Xian was a little unfamiliar, the people from the Five Poisons sect all looked at each other, but Yi Xian didn't reveal his strength, so they didn't know that Yi Xian was just a trash who had just entered the third level of the Imperial Qi realm. Both of you, take off your interspatial rings. Feng Shan shouted. Yi Xian and Yuqi Su both took off their interspatial rings and put them away. This round was to refine poisons on the spot, so they weren't allowed to wear interspatial rings. Then, Feng Shan and Tang Huaiji each took out 5 types of poisonous grass, 2 of each type. They divided the 10 types of poisonous grass into 2 batches, and gave them to Yi Xian and Yuqi Su. There are 2 types of poisonous grass that are unknown, Feng Shan said in his heart, thinking that these must be newly cultivated poisonous grass by the Five Poisons sect. Tang Huaiji also thought so, because of the 5 types of poisonous grass that Feng Shan took out, there were 2 that he hadn't seen before. However, the 5 types of poisonous grass that Feng Shan took out were all specified by Yi Xian. He could use these 5 types of poisonous grass to refine a super poison to send his opponent to the next world. At this time, Yi Xian and Yuqi Su both took out a cauldron. Brat, the poison that I, Yuqi Su, refine can poison you to death in less than 10 seconds. Yuqi Su couldn't help but mock. Before the start, he wanted to pressure Yi Xian mentally. Chapter 431. Not competing anymore? Are you done with your last words? Yi Xian said without raising his head. What a sharp-tongued brat. Yuqi Su snorted. Tang Huaiji glanced at the 2 of them and shouted, you have half a minute to refine. If you don't succeed in half a minute, the time starts now. When the voice sounded out, Yi Xian and Yuqi Su attacked at the same time. Yuqi Su chose 5 poisonous herbs, which were the ones Tang Huaiji took out. As for the ones Feng Shan took out, he didn't touch them. However, Yi Xian was different. Not only did he use Feng Shan's 5 poisonous herbs, but he also used 2 of Tang Huaiji's. A total of 7. What is this brat doing? Didn't he say he was going to refine the heart-devouring pill? Why did he add yin-yang lotus and black water root? Feng Shan and the others behind Yi Xian were shocked. The 5 types of poisonous herbs that Feng Shan had just taken out were just enough to refine a heart-devouring pill. But now, Yi Xian had added 2 more. What was he trying to do? 7 types of poison wasn't something that an ordinary person could successfully refine. Yi Xian was only a layman who'd learned it for a month. How could he possibly succeed? Time passed bit by bit. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. In 25 seconds, Yuqi Su had succeeded in refining it. He immediately looked towards Yi Xian with a gloating expression. In another 5 seconds, if Yi Xian didn't succeed in refining it, then the 100 Poisons sect would lose. 26 seconds. 27 seconds. 28 seconds. Finally, at the 29th second, Yi Xian's cauldron let out a roar of steam. Success! Phew! The people from 100 Poisons sect heaved a sigh of relief. Although it was a success, they still had to see whether it was successful or not. Then, they would compete to see whose poison was stronger. Yi Xian had only completed the first step. Open the cauldron. Tang Huaiji shouted with a strange look on his face. Yi Xian and Yuqi Su opened the lid of the cauldron at the same time and each took out a poison pill. Yuqi Su's poison was black in color. It was very common. There were no patterns and no fragrance. It looked very powerful. As for Yi Xian's black pill, it emitted a strange fragrance that smelled pretty good. Humph, you can't even cover your scent. You're dead meat. Yuqi Su was full of disdain. Exchange pills. As Tang Huaiji's voice rang out, the 2 of them threw the poison pills in their hands at each other. The atmosphere between the 2 sides was also very tense. There was not the slightest bit of unnecessary noise. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly revealed a confident smile to Feng Shan and the others behind him. This was a reminder, because after this battle, the 5 poisons sect would very likely act. "Alright, swallow the pill," Tang Huaizhi said impatiently. Yi Xian and Yuqi Su simultaneously sent each other's pills into the end before swallowing them. Yi Xian's current poison resistance was unusually strong. He was immune to the 5 types of poison grass that Feng Shan took out. Even the 3 types of poison grass that Tang Huaizhi took out had no effect on him. Therefore, what Yi Xian swallowed was actually a mixture of 2 types of poison grass. And what Yuqi Su swallowed was 7 types. Humph, it can't even cover its fragrance. This pill must be a waste pill. It doesn't have much poison. Yuqi Su thought in his heart. A waste pill was a failed refinement pill. He thought that Yi Xian's mixing of 7 types of poison grass was a failed refinement. Fighting poison with poison. When 7 types of poison grass were mixed together, if the dosage and refinement method were not right, many times it would become ineffective and not have much poison. However, Yuqi Su was wrong. Just as he swallowed the pill refined by Yi Xian, his expression changed. He felt the qi and blood in his entire body churn. Then, he lost all feeling in his hands, followed by his legs, shoulders, stomach, and even his face. In everyone's eyes, Yuqi Su's face turned red, and his entire body seemed to be frozen in place. At this time, a cold wind blew, and Yuqi Su's body fell head first into the mud, lifeless. Everyone was shocked. How many F*King seconds had it been? Immediately, a person from the 100 Poisons sect rushed over and checked Yuqi Su's pulse. No pulse, all the qi and blood in his body have been frozen. He's dead. The 100 Poisons sect elder reported. Tang Huaizhi's eyes widened as he moved closer. Just as the elder said, Yuqi Su was already dead. Heavens! Yuqi Su was a genius of the 4th level Imperial Qi realm. He actually died after taking this pill in less than 2 seconds. Wasn't this poison a bit too strong? Suddenly, Yi Xian, who was not far away, snorted coldly, proving that he was still alive. The outcome of this battle was very clear. The 100 Poisons sect won. What kind of mixed poison is that? Why haven't I seen it before? Feng Shan stared with wide eyes. At this time, Yi Xian also detoxified the other 2 poisons and retreated to the 100 Poisons sect camp. What kind of pill is that? Feng Yuqing asked curiously. The surrounding 100 Poisons sect elders all pricked up their ears. It was obvious that they were very interested. Blood coagulation pill. If a 4th level Imperial Qi realm martial artist takes it, all the blood in his body will instantly freeze. If the blood coagulation pill is crushed into powder and sprinkled on the enemy's wound, there will be the same effect. Yi Xian explained. Now, his mission was complete, and he did not let down those treasures of heaven and earth that he accepted. Next, there might be a big battle. When that time comes, he must take advantage of the chaos to escape. He did not dare to participate in a battle of this scale. He could only cower this time. Because he saw that the 5 Poisons sect had about the same number of people as the 100 Poisons sect, there must be more ambushes in the surroundings. Feng Yuqing wanted to ask more, but Tang Huaizhi said loudly, "Brother Feng is really strong. We admit defeat this time. Since that is the case, then let's start the detoxification competition." Feng Shan said with a smile. The detoxification competition was actually a battle of life and death. The 100 Poisons sect naturally sent out their strongest disciple, Feng Yuqing. And the 5 Poisons sect could be Yang Ming. Yang Ming was Feng Yuqing's fiancée, but after that incident, they had long since become irreconcilable. Feng Yuqing was stronger than Yang Ming in terms of both her ability to use poison and her cultivation. Therefore, Feng Yaqing was certain to win this third detoxification competition. Wait! Tang Huaizhi suddenly called out, Brother Feng, let's not compete in this third round. Feng Shan narrowed his eyes, you're forfeiting? No, Brother Feng, why don't you give that plantation to me? I'm willing to buy it at market price. Tang Huaizhi said in a low voice. Buy? A strange look flashed through Feng Shan's eyes. That plantation was really something else. Brother Tang, why are you so insistent on that plantation? Feng Shan asked. This. Chapter 432. Baigu Group. Brother Feng, don't ask so many questions. I can buy it at a high price. You definitely won't lose out. Feng Shan's face suddenly darkened when he heard that. He snorted coldly, then my daughter was poisoned for nothing? You, Tang Huaizhi's eyes widened. Just as he was about to speak, Feng Shan suddenly launched a sneak attack. Bam! With lightning speed, Feng Shan struck out with his palm and sent Tang Huaizhi flying. This scene happened so quickly that no one could react in time. Tang Huaizhi, Yangming wanted to poison Yaqing. Don't tell me you didn't order him to. Feng Shan shouted. Hearing that, the 5 poison sect members all drew their weapons. At first, they thought that Feng Yaqing did not tell Feng Shan about it. Now that they thought about it, they were really stupid. Feng Yaqing was almost poisoned to death. How could such a huge matter be hidden in one's heart and not told others? So you guys already knew. I thought it was impossible. Tang Huaizhi stabilized himself and said coldly. Tang Huaizhi, why did you order Yangming to poison Yaqing? Feng Shan asked. Since the matter has been exposed, then I won't hide it anymore. I guess you guys have already guessed that the plantation is not an ordinary place. Tang Huaizhi sneered and said, as for how special it is, I'll tell you after you die. Then you're prepared to fight to the death? Or you've already ambushed others in the dark swamp? Feng Shan continued to ask. The strength that was revealed now was still slightly stronger than the 100 Poisons sect. However, Feng Shan was not stupid enough to think that the 5 Poisons sect only sent these people. Since things have come to this, then you guys can come out, Tang Huaizhi shouted. The people from the 100 Poisons sect watched on anxiously. Soon after, they saw a figure emerge from the dark swamp. Tang Huaizhi, you exposed me so quickly? A middle-aged man walked out with a strange voice. Behind him was a snow-white skeleton wielding a sword. After seeing this person, Feng Shan and the others' eyes almost popped out. Baigu Group? Feng Shan exclaimed. That's right. I'm the guardian of the Baigu Group, Gu Qi. The middle-aged man walked out with a sinister smile. Baigu Group. Most of the people present had heard that this was a sect within the territory of the Ghost Tomb region's corpse-controlling sect. They could control corpses. And this person called Gu Qi was the protector of the Baigu Group, which meant that he was at least at the 6th level of the Royal Air Force. The skeleton behind him was probably not much different. This time, 100 Poisons sect was in danger. This is bad. This Tang Huaizhi is also in the Imperial Qi level 6. Including this Gu Qi, there are 3 of them, and I am the only one in the Imperial Qi level 6. Feng Shan's face was especially gloomy, as if he had already smelled the scent of death. Feng Shan, we might have spared your life if you had just obediently given up the plantation. But you're digging your own grave. Tang Huaizhi gloated. You tried to poison Yaqing. Do you want me to pretend that nothing happened and let Yaqing marry Yangming? Feng Shan retorted. Humph. I only poisoned this girl because of our old relationship. She's the only one who will die. Otherwise, why would I compete with you guys? Tang Huaizhi's eyes were cold. If it weren't for the good relationship between the 2 sects, he would have shed all pretense of cordiality and asked Gu Qi to come out and destroy 100 Poisons sect. In that case, I have nothing to say. But before that, I want to know the secret of that plantation, Feng Shan said. Tang Huaizhi glanced at Gu Qi. Then, Gu Qi said, actually, it's nothing much. I suspect that the plantation is the place where a senior of the Baigu group died. Now, Feng Shan understood. It turned out that Tang Huaizhi didn't want the plantation, but Gu Qi. Since it was the place where the senior died, there might be the corpse of the senior. And the white bone puppet of the Baigu group needed corpses. I see. You're also afraid of being found out by the Poison King sect, so you're keeping a low profile. Feng Shan said in realization. In the Ghost Tomb, the Corpse Master sect, the Fallen Spirit sect, and the Poison King sect were the three major powers. At the same time, the three major powers didn't allow people from the other two major powers to enter their territory. The Baigu group was a sect under the Corpse Master sect, so Gu Qi didn't dare to act in a high-profile manner. As for why he didn't go to the plantation first, it was because the Poison King sect and the 100 Poison sect had set up two defensive arrays, so he couldn't enter. Let's cut the crap. Since I'm here, I won't let any of you go. Sect leader Tang, let's do it. The middle-aged man let out an unpleasant laugh and directly controlled the skeleton behind him to attack the 100 Poison sect. At the same time, he joined forces with Tang Huaizhi and rushed toward Feng Shan. Retreat! Feng Shan shouted and faced them head-on. If it was any other time, everyone would listen to his orders. However, at this critical moment, the group of elders behind him didn't retreat. Sect leader, we'll just fight to the death and kill them all together. Yes, the 5 Poison sect is F***ed up. They actually set their sights on us. Poison them to death. Let's go all out. Even if we're all annihilated, we'll make them suffer heavy casualties. The 100 Poison sect's morale suddenly surged, and they charged back. Of course, there were still a few disciples and elders who were afraid of death who ran away. As for Yi Xian, he was also hesitating in his heart. Hurry up and leave. You only have 300 dragon power. You won't be of much help here, Feng Yaqing reminded him. Yi Xian stood there quietly, thinking in his heart. Right now, he indeed only had 300 dragon power, but if he used Beast King's Rage, he could reach 400. In addition to his agility advancement, his speed would reach 470 dragon power. After thinking for a while, he made a decision. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to level up. He couldn't miss it. Xiao. At that moment, he rushed out in an instant. Feng Yaqing was speechless. A mere 300 dragon power dared to enter. He was simply courting death. However, she didn't have time to think so much. The battle had already begun, and she had to quickly join the battle. The elders of the 100 Poison sect and the 5 Poison sect were already fighting, and the disciples were naturally no exception. Both sects used poison, so the battlefield was immediately surrounded by a cloud of poisonous powder. From time to time, people would fall to the ground and vomit blood, and some people's heads would turn into a pool of blood. However, at this time, there was a person who was freely moving through the poisonous powder. This was a young man who was close to level 4 Imperial Qi. He was Yi Xian. Ding, the host has broken through to 306 dragon power. Ding, the host has broken through to 310 dragon power. Chapter 433. Playing the pig to eat the tiger. The 5 Poison sect's true disciples' strength was between 350 and 400 dragons, and the 100 Poison sects was about the same. In Yi Xian's eyes, this kind of strength was simply a benefit. At this time, the number of dragons flying around Yi Xian had already exceeded 410. His realm was low, and the 5 Poison sect's disciples were not poor, so they leveled up quickly. In the blink of an eye, his speed had increased to 320 dragons. Adding on the Beast King's Rage and the addition of agility, his speed had already exceeded 500 dragons. So strong, he was actually playing the pig to eat the tiger? In the battle between the disciples, Feng Yaqing was somewhat shocked. She had always thought that Yi Xian was not good to look at, but she did not expect him to have such a powerful martial art. Instantly increasing to 100 dragons, this was too heaven-defying. At this time, a person suddenly rushed in front of her and slashed out with his sword. Yang Ming? I didn't go find you, and you dare to come find me? Feng Yaqing angrily blocked the sword. Stinking woman, we were engaged for a year, and you didn't even let me touch your hand. Last time, I was lucky to let you escape. Today, I will take your lowly life. Yang Ming shouted. With the help of 2 5-poison sects disciples, he began to madly attack Feng Yaqing, completely not understanding the current situation. The two sides had already been fighting for close to 10 seconds. If comparing the casualties, the 5-poison sect had already lost more than 20 people, while the 100-poison sect had only lost a dozen people. Ever since Yi Xian entered the battle, the 5-poison sect's death toll had rapidly increased. With Yi Xian's speed exceeding 500 dragons, killing these people was like killing chickens. Although he only killed the 5-poison sect's people, he could also take the 100-poison sect's people's universe rings, so his realm increased rapidly. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he discovered Yang Ming's trio besieging Feng Yaqing. 5-poison sect's young sect master, you must be very rich, tsk. Yi Xian leaned over with a smirk. Previously, Feng Yaqing was besieged by 4 people, but at that time, Yang Ming was not fully prepared, and the 3 helpers were not strong. Even though there were only 2 people helping, both of them had over 400 dragon force, which was why they were able to suppress Feng Yaqing. Feng Yaqing's expression became increasingly heavy because she saw that her father was being suppressed by Tang Huaizhi and Gu Qi. The elders were also being utterly defeated by the 5-poison sect's elders and the white skeleton. If this continued, the 100-poison sect would still be destroyed. Right at this moment. Suddenly, a figure flew over. Underworld swordsmanship, sword descends to the underworld. Yi Xian coldly swept out his sword, and a disciple at the 4th level of the Imperial Qi realm was beheaded. This disciple just happened to be one of the 3 people besieging Feng Yaqing. What? The 5-poison sect's eldest senior brother Yang Ming stared blankly for a moment, then casually took out a bag of poison powder and scattered it towards Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian did not seem to care in the slightest, actually charging straight through the poison powder. Hiss! The other disciple of the 5-poison sect was also beheaded by Yi Xian. Not good, retreat. Yang Ming's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly retreated, shouting at the same time, Elder Hu, save me. Seeing this, the 5-poison sect elder who was nearby immediately turned around and rushed over. Even if someone saves you, you're dead meat. Yi Xian glanced at the elder, then swallowed the 2 universe rings in his hands. Ding, the host has broken through to 330 dragon force. This elder had 450 dragon force, and the movement technique he cultivated was of a higher level than Yi Xian's silver feather movement technique. He had also reached 100% mastery, and his strength was not bad. Even so, he could not protect Yang Ming. You even dare to kill your own fiancé, I'll send you to meet the king of hell. Yi Xian's eyes widened, and he took out a mid-grade heaven artifact. At the same time, 8 sharp blades swiftly swept out, blocking Yang Ming's path of retreat. Under the double attack, Yang Ming's defense instantly collapsed. Pooh! Yang Ming's eyes widened. He only saw a cold flash in front of his eyes, and his chest was hit by a sword. This sword had even pierced through his heart. The 5-poison sect's young master, Yang Ming, died. Before this elder could attack, Yi Xian quickly took off Yang Ming's universe ring. 340 dragon force. Now, Yi Xian ignored the single digits. In fact, he had increased to 343 dragon force. Adding on the Beast King's rage, Yi Xian's realm was not inferior to this 5-poison sect elder. Although the 8 Desolate sword had an increase, it was only in terms of attack. As for the silver feather movement technique, it still needed to rely on 20% of agility to advance. You actually killed Yang Ming, die for me. This elder was furious. With a sword in one hand and a bag of unknown poison powder in the other, he madly ran towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian was not afraid of the disciples' poison powder, but this was refined by the elder, so he had to remind himself. Fighting with this level of person, Yi Xian could not use a double attack. After all, he still needed the 8 Desolate swords' qi to increase. Clang! Pang! Boom! The two had just come into contact, and they were already attacking with full force. This elder was slightly surprised. Yi Xian was able to fight with him at such a young age, which was really rare. His left hand had been hidden, preparing to use his best poison powder to give Yi Xian a fatal blow. However, he did not expect that another person would enter the battle. Yi Xian was stunned. He discovered that the person who came to help was actually Feng Yaqing. Only then did he realize that Feng Yaqing also had 450 dragon force. Being able to quickly kill an elder was a great help to the entire situation. Although Feng Yaqing had 450 dragon force, her strength was clearly not as strong as this 5 poison sect elder. However, due to her participation, this elder was immediately beaten into retreat. Ding! The underworld sword technique's proficiency level has increased. Current level is 100%. Its power has doubled. Suddenly, a notification sound caused Yi Xian's battle strength to increase by a large margin. Just now, Yi Xian could only fight to a draw with this elder. However, now, even without Feng Yaqing's help, he could still suppress his opponent. Not good. This elder felt Yi Xian's sudden increase in attack power. His face immediately darkened. If this continued, he would be in danger. You two brats, go to hell. This elder finally could not hold it in and prepared to sprinkle the poison on his left hand. However, in the next moment, he discovered that his left hand could not move. He glanced from the corner of his eye and discovered that a small bloody hole had appeared on his left arm. What? The elder's eyes widened. He discovered a thin needle. This needle had already been smeared with poison. Amazing! Yi Xian also sighed. He did not notice when Feng Yaqing threw the needle. The 100 Poisons Princess was indeed extraordinary. Taking advantage of the moment when the 5 Poisons sect elder was distracted, Yi Xian shot forward and slashed down with his sword. Clang! The opponent blocked the sword. However, he discovered that Yi Xian's weapon had changed. The one in his hand was not the simple longsword. Chapter 434. Escape. Pft. 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 8 muffled sounds rang out in a row as 8 sharp blades pierced into the elder's body. Even Xiao Zhao's neck and head were pierced by 2 blades each. Dead. Yi Xian quickly caught up and took off the elder's interspatial ring. He would not give this thing to Feng Yaqing. Moreover, Feng Yaqing was not in the mood to take the interspatial ring now. Ding, the host has broken through to 350 dragon power. Yi Xian's realm increased again. At the same time, with Beast King Rampage, he had reached 460 dragon power, which was even higher than Feng Yaqing. However, Beast King Rampage's duration was just over, and he immediately dropped to 350 dragon power. Feng Yaqing witnessed all this and was very surprised. However, she was only surprised for a moment before looking at the other battlefield. There were a total of 3 battlefields here. The first was the battle between the disciples, the second was the battle between the elders, and the third was the battle between Tang Huaizhi, Gu Qi, and Feng Shan. In the third battle, Feng Shan was defeated by the combined forces of the two. The situation in the second battle was not very good either. Because there was a white skeleton at level 6 of the Imperial Qi realm, several elders of the 100 Poisons sect had already been killed. Yacheng, leave quickly. At this moment, Feng Shan suddenly shouted in the third battle. Father! Feng Yacheng shouted. Leave quickly, we have no hope. Quickly return to the 100 Poisons sect and inform the other elders. Feng Shan shouted as he held on. He also understood that he probably could not hold on for long. Feng Yacheng's face was full of worry, but she could also see the current situation. The elders of the 100 Poisons sect were already being held back, and there was even a white skeleton. It was only a matter of time before the 100 Poisons sect was completely wiped out. Yi Xian, who was on the side, was also quickly calculating in his heart. Right now, he had 350 dragon strength. Even if he obtained the universe rings of the elders, it wouldn't be of any use. If that white skeleton of the Imperial Qi stage were to target him, he would be dead for sure. This battle was already a foregone conclusion. Let's go. If we all die here, your 100 Poisons sect might. Yi Xian reminded him. If everyone was completely annihilated, then the people of the 5 Poisons sect could pretend to visit afterwards, and then slaughter the people of the 100 Poisons sect. At that time, those that would die would not only be these people. Brat, take her away and spread the news. Feng Shan shouted. The Baigu group had actually entered the Poison King sect's territory. If others found out, Gu Qi would definitely be killed. Little White, go and kill them. Gu Qi commanded in a strange voice. Immediately, the skeleton turned to look at Yi Xian and rushed over. Not good. Yi Xian was shocked. What he was worried about had happened. He hurriedly used Beast King Rampage again, increasing his strength to 460 dragons. He then grabbed Feng Yacheng and turned to run. Fortunately, this skeleton was different from the Qi Lian Overlord. It couldn't use true Qi, which meant that it couldn't fly and couldn't use martial arts, so it couldn't catch up with Yi Xian. After chasing for a while, it lost track of Yi Xian and the other two, then turned around and returned. Gu Qi definitely wouldn't have thought that Yi Xian could burst out with a speed comparable to the 6th level of the Royal Qi realm. This surprised him. Yi Xian left with Feng Yacheng at an extremely fast speed. He didn't stop until the time of Beast King Rampage passed. He felt very regretful, because if he didn't have Gu Qi, he might have been able to increase his strength to 400 dragons this time. Your father will be fine. Yi Xian let go of Feng Yacheng's wrist and comforted her. However, he didn't think so in his heart. Feng Shan was 630 dragons. Tang Huaizhi and Gu Qi were both 620 dragons. With the two of them working together, Feng Shan already felt great pressure. That white skeleton had just joined the battle between the elders. Now that most of the elders were dead, the elders of the 5 Poisons sect were enough to suppress the elders of the 100 Poisons sect. Thus, the white skeleton could definitely kill its way back. If that white skeleton joined the battle again, Feng Shan would be hacked to death in less than 10 seconds. You don't have to comfort me. Feng Yacheng said with red eyes. She was an 18-year-old girl, but she was strong. At this time, she was still able to hold back her tears, which was worthy of praise. After all, the Black Scorpion King that she had brought up since she was young was also killed by the other party in the battle just now. Let's go. Feng Yacheng said after a while. Wait. Yi Xian suddenly called out to her. Feng Yacheng turned her head strangely and looked at Yi Xian. Now, the battle over there might have already ended. Even if there is no battle, with their speed, it will not be difficult to catch up. If we go directly to your 100 Poison sect, they will definitely catch up. Yi Xian said. After his reminder, Feng Yacheng also instantly understood. They were now going straight back to the 100 Poison sect, and behind them were experts of the 6th level of Imperial Qi. They could not outrun them. Then what should we do? Feng Yacheng frowned. Think about it. Is there any other place where we can ask for help? Or, are there any other sects nearby? Yi Xian asked again. Feng Yaqing thought about it carefully and found that there really was a sect in the vicinity. There is a flying scorpion pavilion nearby. One of my senior sisters married here. Although their strength is not 1/10 of my 100 poison valleys, they still have experts of the 5th level of Imperial Qi, which is equivalent to the main sect. Feng Yaqing said. Then let's go there first. Ask them to send an expert to inform the 100 poison sect. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. Immediately, they headed in the direction of the flying scorpion pavilion. Based on Feng Yaqing's speed, they only needed 1 day to reach the flying scorpion pavilion. But if they were going back to the 100 poison sect, they would need at least 3 days. Although Feng Yaqing had never been to the flying scorpion pavilion, they fortunately had a map. This time, Yi Xian also played the role of a flower protector. Although his mission was completed, he felt that there was still a lot of room for improvement. After all, when the time came, he might be able to use the 100 poison sect's banner to destroy the 5 poison sect. The flying scorpion pavilion was built on the edge of a cliff, and this cliff was where the flying scorpion pavilion raised its flying scorpions. Yi Xian and Feng Yaqing ran for a day and finally saw this cliff. However, at this moment, ha, you two little guys really want to come to the flying scorpion pavilion to ask for help. Suddenly, a hearty laugh sounded. 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky, intercepting Yi Xian and Feng Yaqing. Feng Yaqing's expression changed drastically. She did not expect to be intercepted on the way to the flying scorpion pavilion. She looked carefully and found that the weakest of the two had 470 dragons, while the other had 480 dragons. And she only had 450 dragons of power. Against a 5 poison sect elder, it was a bit of a stretch. This was troublesome. Chapter 435. Interception. TSK, little girl, our sect leader and Gu Qi have already gone to the 100 poisons sect to capture people. As long as the formation is broken, your 100 poisons sect will definitely be bathed in blood. A fat old man grinned. Why are you telling her so much? If the Poison King sect finds out that we are working with the Baigu group, the entire 5 poisons sect will be annihilated. The small-eyed middle-aged man reminded. It doesn't matter. Could it be that these two still want to live in front of us? That kid must have used some kind of secret technique to increase his speed that day. He looks normal now, but is actually very weak. The fat old man looked like victory was in sight. Yi Xian and Feng Yaqing looked at each other, and the latter immediately asked, "How are my father and the others?" "Besides your father, the others are all dead. But your father is a tough bone and refused to remove the formation of the plantation, so we sent people to the 100 poisons sect." As the fat old man spoke, he suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh right, those corpses of your 100 poisons sect were all taken away by Gu Qi. It won't be long before they all become white bone battle puppets." Feng Yaqing clenched her teeth, but she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart, because her father was not dead yet. However, she had to get through this crisis first. "Alright, don't talk too much with them. Leave these two to me." The small-eyed middle-aged man walked out with a sinister smile on his face. "I heard that Yang Ming was killed by you, and the sect master wants your body. However, before you hand it over, let me first, Xiao." Before he could finish his sentence, several thin needles flew out of his hand. Insignificant skill. The small-eyed middle-aged man coldly snorted. He turned his head to look at Yi Xian and said, "Brat, you can come as well. Don't worry, I won't kill you because I want to ask you about that martial art. If that's the case, then I'll accept." Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled, and he took out the Bahuang sword. Previously, his underworld sword technique had reached 100% mastery, and after a day of hurrying, his silver feather movement technique had also reached 90% mastery. Moreover, after killing the elder, Yi Xian's strength increased by 10 dragons. Therefore, with his current level, it was more than enough to kill these two people. You go first, I'll deal with these two. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly rushed out. Feng Yaqing was shocked, but she controlled herself because she felt that Yi Xian should be able to handle it. She immediately made a turn and charged toward the flying scorpion pavilion. Good kid, I want this martial art, this old fatty, help. The small-eyed middle-aged man knew that Yi Xian's strength hadn't decreased. He also knew that he couldn't defeat Yi Xian by himself, so he hurriedly shouted. All right. The fat old man replied. He ignored Feng Yaqing and directly charged towards Yi Xian. What was the Five Poison Sect? Even if the Five Poison Sect was destroyed, they could change their names and seek refuge elsewhere. If they could obtain Yi Xian's supreme martial art that could increase their strength by 100 dragons, they would be rich. In an instant, the two of them erupted with all their strength. The chubby old man had 480 dragons, and the small-eyed middle-aged man had 470 dragons. The two of them were also experts of the sect. Under their combined strength, they could even fight an expert with 490 dragons. After all, they were members of the Five Poisons sect. However, they were not facing an ordinary warrior, but Yi Xian. Beast King Rage. 350 dragons instantly increased to 460 dragons, which was not much different from the two of them. But don't forget, Yi Xian had the Bahuang sword, agility advancement, and the Sword Saint bloodline. Even the outdated boxer bloodline could increase his attack speed by 30%. Underworld sword technique. Yi Xian's eyes were cold, and he did not say a word as he madly attacked. Such a powerful sword technique, it's definitely at 100% mastery. The 10,000 poison sects experts immediately felt a huge pressure. Even if they joined forces, it was very difficult to block. However, this made their desire for Yi Xian's Beast King Rage even stronger. I must get this martial art. The two of them thought at the same time. From the beginning, Yi Xian had the upper hand. If he was given some time, the two of them would definitely be killed by his Bahuang sword. However, he felt uneasy in his heart. It had been like this ever since Feng Yaqing left. Yi Xian looked at Feng Yaqing's back and suddenly made a decision to end this quickly. Kid, take this. At this time, the 10,000 poison sects experts suddenly threw out a handful of white powder. In Yi Xian's eyes, the poison powder was more terrifying than the poison pill, just like the powder that melted his arm that day. If he was not careful, his head would be melted, and that would be the end of him. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. After cleverly dodging, he rushed in front of the 10,000 poison sects expert. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Yi Xian dodged the poison powder, the 10,000 poison sects expert stabbed his sword. However, he did not expect Yi Xian to take advantage of this opportunity and counter. Rip! The long sword pierced through Yi Xian's shoulder. At the same time, Yi Xian's left hand tightly clasped the 10,000 poison sects expert's wrist. Underworld sword technique, sword descends to the underworld. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He swept out his sword and instantly cut the 10,000 poison sects expert in half. Humph! Yi Xian snorted and took the 10,000 poison sects expert's ring. Ding! The host has broken through to 360 dragon power. His cultivation level had increased again. At this time, the 10,000 poison sects expert attacked. Bastard, go to hell. The 10,000 poison sects expert was actually careful. He could have attacked earlier, but in order to monopolize this martial art, he killed the 10,000 poison sects expert. Ding! The host has been poisoned. Beginning detoxification. Ding! The poison has been detoxified. Two notifications sounded in Yi Xian's mind. This was the poison smeared on the 10,000 poison sects long sword. It could paralyze Yi Xian for a while. However, this poison only lasted for a moment before it was detoxified by the sacred tree of life bloodline. Underworld sword technique, sword descends to the underworld. Rip. The 10,000 poison sects expert's head flew off. He did not expect Yi Xian to be able to move. He had to admit that the sacred tree of life bloodline was really good. Yi Xian's heart was pounding. He quickly put away the 10,000 poison sects interspatial ring and the 2 corpses. Then, he quickly left the place because he had a strange feeling that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Ding! The host has broken through to 370 dragon power. After devouring the 10,000 poison sects interspatial ring, Yi Xian's cultivation level increased again. After devouring the 10,000 poison sects interspatial ring, he actually had 363 dragon power and increased by 13 dragons. This time, it was exactly 370 dragons. Chapter 436. Feng Yaqing, Hostage. Yi Xian hid in the clouds high up in the sky for a while before he saw 3 figures flying over. He had seen these 3 people before in the team battle. However, they were all elders of the 5 poison sect. As expected, they arrived at the Flying Scorpion Pavilion first and waited for us. Now, they should be holding the 100 Poison Princess hostage, preparing to blackmail the 100 Poison sect leader to remove the formation. Yi Xian pondered in the sky. He took a look and found that among the 3 people below, one was a level 5 Imperial Qi expert, while the other 2 were also at 490 dragons. They were very strong. Looks like we need to plan for the long term. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. The 2 with 490 dragons were still manageable, but he had no confidence in dealing with the level 5 Imperial Qi expert. Moreover, the 5 poison sect probably used the excuse of visiting to visit the Flying Scorpion Pavilion, so the Flying Scorpion Pavilion might not know that the 5 poison sect was in cahoots with the Baigu group. Therefore, Yi Xian thought of a good idea. He watched from high up in the sky. After the 3 people below circled around, they returned to the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. I don't know if the Flying Scorpion Pavilion colluded with the 5 poison sect, or if they were deceived by the 5 poison sect. However, Feng Yaqing should have been captured, Yi Xian thought in his heart. The 5 poison sect could have many reasons for Feng Yaqing's capture, such as Feng Yaqing running away from the wedding and so on. Then, Yi Xian took out a pen and paper and wrote dozens of letters. The letters talked about the 5 poison sect colluding with the Baigu group, then tied them to dozens of long swords. He wanted to tell the Flying Scorpion Pavilion about this and let them know what happened. Perhaps they could save Feng Yaqing. Although this might put Feng Yaqing in danger, if Feng Yaqing was used to threaten Feng Shan, the 2 of them would definitely be eliminated after this. Therefore, Yi Xian could only gamble once. He flew above the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. Coincidentally, a group of people also walked out of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. It was the 5 poison sect elder who had captured Feng Yaqing, bidding farewell to the people of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. They had only caught Feng Yaqing alone. The 2 people who were on guard outside were nowhere to be seen, leaving only traces of blood. This inevitably made them vigilant, so they had to leave immediately. The 4 elders of the 5 poison sect seized Feng Yaqing and quickly left. At the same time, Yi Xian also began to move. Swish! Dozens of weapons were fired at the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. Enemy attack! The disciples of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion hurriedly pulled out their weapons, but they realized that the targets of these hidden weapons were not them. Furthermore, the weapons all carried letters. When the disciples saw the contents of the letter, their expressions changed. Then, they followed the pavilion master of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. Not long after, a group of people from the Flying Scorpion Pavilion chased after the 5 poison sect elder. Their speed was very fast. If Yi Xian did not use Beast King Rampage, he would not be able to catch up. As his realm increased, the Saint Beast corpses in the devouring space were only enough to use Beast King Rampage once. Yi Xian did not want to waste it. He followed behind the Flying Scorpion Pavilion group with all his strength, hoping that the Flying Scorpion Pavilion could intercept the 4 elders of the 5 poison sect. When he saw the group sent by the Flying Scorpion Pavilion, he immediately understood that the Flying Scorpion Pavilion should have been deceived. Otherwise, they only needed to send one person to escape. There was no need to send a group of experts. Bang! 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 After Yi Xian hurried for a while, a series of explosions came from the front. It seemed that the Flying Scorpion Pavilion group was fighting with the 5 Poison Sect group. There were 4 people from the 5 Poison Sect. 2 of them were at the 5th level of the Imperial Qi realm and 2 were at the 4th level of the Imperial Qi realm with 490 dragons. And this Flying Scorpion Pavilion group only had 1 level 5 Imperial Qi and 4 level 4 Imperial Qi. In terms of numbers, the Flying Scorpion Pavilion had the advantage, but the 5 Poison Sect had 2 5th level Imperial Qi cultivators. If they really fought, it was not certain who would win or lose, although the 5 Poison Sect still needed to send out a person to guard Feng Yaqing. However, when Yi Xian arrived, he found that one of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion people had already died. Now, it was 3 against 4. After all, the Flying Scorpion Pavilion is not a large sect like the 100 Poison Sect or the 5 Poison Sect. They do not have enough battle power. If they continue to fight, the Flying Scorpion Pavilion will definitely be wiped out. In the air, Yi Xian had already seen through the situation. He also knew that it was time for him to make a move. Facing a level 5 Imperial Qi expert, he did not have confidence. But if the Flying Scorpion experts were added, it would be different. At that moment, he used Beast King Rampage. His 370 dragon power instantly increased to 480 dragon power. Then, he quickly landed on the ground. In order to avoid trouble, he still used Beast King Rampage first before killing his way out, in case the Flying Scorpion Pavilion also coveted Beast King Rampage. With 480 dragon power, adding on the speed bonus, his speed could reach 580. Adding on the 90% silver feather movement technique, it was already enough to contend against the 510 dragon elder of the 5 Poison Sect. Rip! A head flew up. There were finally casualties on the 5 Poison Sect side, because Yi Xian's location was right behind Feng Yaqing. The person who died was the 5 Poison Sect elder who was in charge of guarding Feng Yaqing. 490 dragon strength. Ding, the host has broken through to 375 dragon power. Yi Xian instantly devoured the universe ring. When the 2 sides discovered Yi Xian, his flying dragons had already increased to 488. Retreat. Yi Xian released the restraints on Feng Yaqing's body. After giving a low shout, he charged out again. This speed made even the 510th Dragon Elder of the 5 Poison Sect feel his heart palpitate. So fast. The eyes of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion people brightened. Very clearly, Yi Xian came to help. The 5 Poison Sect's Imperial Qi level 5. One had 510 dragons, the other had 500 dragons. After Yi Xian joined the battle, he immediately went to find trouble with the 500 Dragon Elder. Although in terms of movement technique, Yi Xian's Silver Feather movement technique was much weaker than the 5 Poison Sect Elders, the Beast King agility advancement allowed his speed to be much faster than the opponent. "It's you, this brat, who killed Yang Ming. Die!" The 500 Dragon Elder shouted loudly. He took out a bag of poison powder and sprinkled it at Yi Xian. Rotting corpse powder? Yi Xian recognized it at a glance. He had eaten this poison powder before, so this thing was completely useless to him. Charge! He directly charged over while enduring the rotting corpse powder, catching the elder off guard. Underworld swordsmanship, underworld burial. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. With a swing of his sword, countless wind blades flew up, cutting the elder's body until there was not an inch of skin left. The wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. This was comprehended after the underworld swordsmanship was raised to 100%. It was a bit similar to the 8 Desolation Wind Killing Formation, but the 8 Desolation Wind Killing Formation was unable to be strengthened by the 8 Desolation Sword. Actually, the 8 Desolation Wind Killing Formation was very powerful. It was just that Yi Xian was always challenging those above his level, so he was almost eliminated by him. Underworld Swordsmanship, Sword Descends to the Underworld. Chapter 437. Breaking the Formation, Rip. The elder's neck was cut open and his head flew up. Blood splattered 3 meters into the air. 5th level Imperial Qi, dead. Ding, the host has broken through to 382 dragon strength. His realm increased again. Before Yi Xian appeared, this elder's opponents were 2 martial artists with 490 dragon strength. Yi Xian's method of instantly killing a 5th level Imperial Qi deeply impressed them. Now, the 5 Poison sect only had 2 people left. One was a 4th level Imperial Qi, and the other was an elder with 510 dragon strength. It's you again. You're disturbing my 5 Poison sect's business. The sect leader will definitely not let you go. The 510 dragon strength elder shouted loudly. So what? I only know that you're going to die today. Yi Xian replied coldly and attacked again. In less than 3 seconds, this elder also died. The universe ring fell into Yi Xian's hands. Ding, the host has broken through to 390 dragon strength. After Yi Xian swallowed the universe ring, the last 4th level Imperial Qi of the 5 Poison sect was also stabbed to death by the Flying Scorpion Pavilion's experts. Now, the 5 Poison sect's team was completely annihilated, but the Flying Scorpion Pavilion also lost a member. Thank you for your help, little brother. The middle-aged leader of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion hurriedly walked over. This time, if not for Yi Xian's help, they would have been in danger. Yi Xian nodded slightly and looked at Feng Yaqing. They used me running away from the marriage as an excuse to hold me hostage. Feng Yaqing directly said what happened. Only now did the middle-aged man understand that Yi Xian was with Feng Yaqing. He hurriedly said guiltily, Miss Feng, I'm very sorry. We were also deceived by the 5 Poison sect. This time, they had fallen into their own trap. If they had not listened to the 5 Poison sect's elder when Feng Yaqing came in, they probably would not have lost a member now. Feng Yaqing and Yi Xian looked at each other. Originally, they wanted to ask for help from the Flying Scorpion Pavilion. The pavilion master of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion was an expert with 550 dragon power. Although he could not save the 100 Poison sect, he could spread the news. Senior, please spread the news. Feng Yaqing requested. Of course, the Baigu group actually dared to wander around our territory, how audacious. I'll get someone to send the order to the Blood Crow sect, they'll definitely send experts. However, I don't know if I can make it in time. The middle-aged man frowned. The pavilion master of the Flying Scorpion Pavilion only had 550 dragon power, and he was not in the Flying Scorpion Pavilion, so they could not help. Feng Yaqing furrowed her brows. It seemed that the 100 Poison sect would not be able to escape this calamity. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, You stay here. I'll go take a look at your 100 Poison sect. You? Feng Yaqing raised her head in surprise. Although Yi Xian could kill Royal Heir Tier 5, there were Royal Heir Tier 6 going to the 100 Poison sect, and there were even 3 of them. Going there was just courting death. I'm just going to ask around for information. You just wait here. Yi Xian did not give Feng Yaqing a chance to refuse, and quickly left. He and Feng Yaqing had only met in poverty, and could not even be considered friends. He had already completed what Feng Yaqing wanted him to do, and he had not even given her the reward. Yi Xian helping this time was actually just to find an excuse to kill. He would not foolishly go against the 5 Poison sect. Before he had the strength, he would not appear. his speed was still a bit too slow. When he spent more than a day to reach the 100 Poisons sect, the 100 Poisons sect had already been massacred. Not a single one of the upper echelons of the 100 Poisons sect was left. The remaining people did not exceed 400 dragon power. According to the sect disciples, the 5 Poisons sect people were heading towards the branch sections. The 100 Poisons sect people were not willing to break the formation, so they set their sights on the branch sects, Yi Xian thought in his heart. Other than the head elder who had already died in battle, the 100 Poisons branch sect still had a sect master with 540 dragon power, as well as a few elders with over 400 dragon power. Perhaps, they also knew how to break the formation. Although it was called a formation, it was actually a large pile of traps. Even the 5 Poisons sect, who were on the same side, did not dare to rashly enter. Therefore, this plantation had to be broken by the 5 Poisons sect and the 100 Poisons sect together. Although Tang Huaiji and the others had gone to the 100 Poisons branch sects, perhaps this would be another bloodbath. Therefore, Yi Xian simply did not return to the 100 Poisons branch sects, and instead headed straight for that plantation. That plantation had been set up with a poison formation, but Yi Xian had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. Perhaps, he could directly break the formation and enter? Moreover, Feng Yaqing had previously told him the location of the plantation. If he could enter and find the bones of that 8th-level Imperial Qi cultivator, he would be able to make all of Gu Qi's efforts go to waste. Immediately, he madly dashed in one direction. He had to enter the plantation before the 5 Poisons sect. This plantation was not far from the 100 Poisons sect, but with Yi Xian's speed, it would still take him 2 days to reach it. 2 days later, he found this plantation located in a large canyon. However, he was still one step too slow. At this time, there were already quite a few people around this plantation. Tang Huaiji, Gu Qi, and his white-boned battle puppet, Yi Xian looked around. The 3 great 6th-level Imperial Qi cultivators were among them. In addition, there were the elders of the 5 Poisons sect and the people of the 100 Poisons sect. However, he did not find Feng Shan. He did not know if he had been imprisoned elsewhere, or if he had already been killed. Elder Wu, young Master Shi. High in the air, Yi Xian could not help but be startled. Looking at the situation, it should be the people of the 100 Poisons sect who had betrayed them, switching sides to the 5 Poisons sect. They were truly opportunists. This time, all the elders of the 100 Poisons sect had come, and there were even quite a few true disciples. At this time, Tang Huaiji, Gu Qi, and the other experts were following behind a middle-aged man, entering the poison array. This plantation was very large, and there were a total of 2 layers of poison arrays. The inner layer was set up by the 5 Poisons sect, and the outer layer was set up by the 100 Poisons sect. This poison array was actually a dangerous area where a maze, poisonous fog, poisonous grass, and poisonous creatures were mixed together. If one entered from the air, they would be attacked by the poisonous creatures in the air. Using fire to burn them would not work either. After all, these things could not be burned by ordinary flames. If the poisonous grass was chopped off, that would be even more impossible. If the sap and poisonous powder spread, the danger would only increase. Therefore, the only way was to break the array. Moreover, the plantation was likely to be even more dangerous. Tang Huaiji and the others needed the correct location to find the place where the elder of the Baigu group had fallen. As for the middle-aged man who led Tang Huaiji, Gu Qi, and the other experts in, he was the leader of the 100 Poisons sect. Chapter 438. Ambush. Based on the clothes they were wearing, these 2 were about the same as the ones Yi Xian had killed outside the Flying Scorpion Pavilion, at most 520 dragon power. Although Yi Xian had used up his last Beast King rampage outside the Flying Scorpion Pavilion, he had gained quite a lot of dragon power afterwards. In addition to the killings he had done along the way, he could still use it one more time. At this time, he was hesitating whether to kill these people outside, then charge into the poison array and kill the 100 Poisons sect branch leader as well. Forget it, I'll go all out. I have all kinds of bloodlines. As long as I kill the branch leader, I might be able to trap them inside then. As Yi Xian thought in his heart, he quietly descended and approached the group of guards outside. Beast King Rampage. Yi Xian suddenly increased his strength and directly charged in. In the blink of an eye, several heads flew, all of them belonging to the 100 Poison Sect branch leader. What? The 2-5 Poison Sect elders were shocked. By the time they reacted, half of the team had already been slaughtered. Yi Xian's speed exceeded 600 dragon power, shuttling through the crowd. With a single slash of his sword, he could kill several people. Young Master Shi, TSK. Elder Wu, you should report to hell as well. Yi Xian was a vengeful person. Now, he had already taken 2/3 of his revenge. Only Steward Qiu was left. In less than 3 seconds, other than the 2-5 Poison Sect's 5th stage Imperial Qi elders, everyone else was killed by Yi Xian. This time, not only did he obtain a large number of Yin and Yang rings, but his martial arts had also improved. His silver feather movement technique had finally reached 100% mastery. The heavens are helping me. You too can go to hell as well. Yi Xian's morale was high. His speed suddenly increased, and in 2 moves, he cut off the heads of the 2 elders. The improvement of his martial arts had come at just the right time. Ding, the host has broken through to 400 dragon power. The items from these dozens of people allowed Yi Xian to break through to the 4th level of the Imperial Qi branch leader. Yi Xian did not feel complacent because of this, because he still had to complete an important mission, which was to kill the branch leader of the 100 Poison Sect. Thus, he charged into the poison array. As expected, the poison mist had no effect on him, so he could pass through it without obstruction. This poison array can only be dispelled by the sect master. I wonder where they went. Yi Xian began to move around the poison array. Although he couldn't see, he could sense everything within 1,000 meters. Moreover, even if it was the branch sect leader of the 100 Poison Sect, it wouldn't be that easy to break through this formation. Therefore, Yi Xian reckoned that their speed wouldn't be fast. Sure enough, 10 seconds after Yi Xian entered the poison array, he found that group of people. 6 poisons 5 Poison Sect, a poison ons a 5 Poison Sect. 10 of them were naturally the elders of the 5 Poison Sect. As for the last one, he was definitely the branch head of the 100 Poison Sect. Found you. I'll kill you in one blow. Yi Xian's eyes shot out 2 rays of murderous intent as he quietly approached them. At this moment, some people in the team also felt that something was wrong. There's movement. It's very fast. Gu Qi, who was walking in second place, frowned and said in a neutral voice. Don't worry, Guardian Gu. It should be a sacred beast that accidentally entered the poison array. If it dares to come, we'll kill it, Tang Huaizhi explained. No, it's the sound of human footsteps. Gu Qi shook his head. Although his cultivation level was the same as Tang Huaizhi's, his strength was stronger than Tang Huaizhi's. He heard it clearly. It was the sound of 2 feet on the ground. However, just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly rushed out of the poison mist. This figure was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it swept past them. Everyone was startled as they discovered that there was something out of the ordinary moving towards them. It's poison powder. Be careful. Tang Huaizhi cried out in alarm. This pile of poison powder was not small. This was the most powerful poison powder that Yi Xian could currently refine. It was enough to kill a level 5 Imperial Qi expert. He ran too fast this time, so the poison powder didn't kill a single person. It only corroded a few pieces of flesh from their hands. However, he had achieved his goal. When Tang Huaizhi and the others dispersed the poison powder, they found that the sect leader of the 100 Poison Sect, who was walking in front of the team, had disappeared. Yes, he had disappeared. On the ground, there was a pool of blood. Everyone present smelled the scent of blood. Damn it, he was killed. Tang Huaiji cursed. The first poison array was set up by the 100 Poison sect. They finally found someone to break it, but he was killed. What were they going to do next? He's already dead. Since that's the case, let's break the array by force, Gu Qi said. Just now, he did not react in time. That was why Yi Xian ran away. Okay, we'll break the array by force. Everyone be careful. That person may appear again. Tang Huaiji gritted his teeth and shouted. They continued to move forward very carefully. At this time, Yi Xian was hiding in a poisonous flower garden. There's a poisonous beehive in front of them. I'll make a move when they are attacked by the poisonous beehive. This plantation originally had nothing, but after the 2 poison arrays were set up, many poisonous creatures moved in. Although these poisonous creatures were not strong, their toxicity was so strong that even the experts of the 5 poison sect had to be cautious. Yi Xian quietly followed behind this group of people. He was calculating the distance between this group of people and the poisonous beehive in his mind. At the same time, he was calculating the duration of the Beast King's rage. He only had one chance to make a move. If he did not replenish the sacred beast corpses, he would not be able to resist anymore. There was only one chance. He had to grasp it. The 5 poison sect team continued to move forward. They were only 300 meters away from the poisonous beehive. 200 meters. 100 meters. At this time. Whoosh! A slash broke through the poisonous fog and instantly cut the poisonous beehive that was bigger than a clothes rack in half. In an instant, countless thumb-sized poisonous bees swept out. Each of them had the ability to poison 300 dragon power martial artists to death. Not good. Everyone be careful. Tang Huaiji shouted. This poisonous bee swarm covered the sky and the earth as it swept towards this team. There were more than 1,000 of them. This time, Tang Huaiji and the others were in trouble. However, these people were at least level 5 Imperial Qi. Even if there were 1,000 poisonous bees, they would not be able to do much to them. Therefore, Yi Xian made a move. He, who was not afraid of the poisonous grass, rushed towards Tang Huaiji and the others. Be careful. Tang Huaiji heard the hurried footsteps and reminded them again. However, it was already too late. Ah, a series of screams sounded. The elders behind Tang Huaiji let out miserable cries. Some of them had already fallen to the ground. Underworld sword technique, underworld burial. A wave of chaotic and disorderly qi swept out, instantly killing a 5th-level Imperial Qi realm elder who was resisting the poisonous wasps. Chapter 439. A strange poison array, it's that brat. Go, kill him. Gu Qi immediately ordered. At that moment, his white bone battle puppet quickly flew out, stepping on the poisonous flowers and grass as it charged towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian could not beat him now, so he quickly fled. He then circled around the corpses and took all their interspatial rings. These elders had massacred the 100 Poisons sect, so they must have many good things on them. Ding, the host has broken through to 410 dragon power. Ding, the host has broken through to 420 dragon power. Ding, the host has broken through to 430 dragon power. The 4 corpses allowed Yi Xian to gain 30 dragon power. At this time, most of the poison bees were killed, and Yi Xian's Beast King rampage was about to end, so he quickly fled. The skeletal war puppet could not find him, so it turned back. Damn it! When Tang Huaiji killed the last wave of poison bees, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth, and his hair stood on end. He recognized Yi Xian. Last time, he could have wiped out the 100 Poisons sect in one fell swoop, but Yi Xian suddenly appeared, causing Yi Xian and Feng Yaqing to escape. This time, Yi Xian disturbed him again, and even killed 4 elders of the 5 poisoned sect. Now, other than the 3 of them who were at level 6 of the Imperial Qi realm, there were only 6 elders who were at level 5 of the Imperial Qi realm. Sect leader, what do we do now? An elder asked after removing the poison from his body. Continue to break the array. Tang Huaiji gritted his teeth. The last time we were here, there was only some white bone grass planted on the ground, so we set up a poison array and scattered some seeds. But we did not expect it to become so dangerous in such a short time. What do you feel? Tang Huaiji asked coldly. The changes here are beyond our expectations. There may be a powerful poisonous creature here. The elder said. In fact, Tang Huaiji had also felt it. This was only the first layer of the poison array and there were already over 1,000 poisonous wasps. If they reached the poison array set up by the 5 poison sect, it would most likely be even more dangerous. Not to mention the plantation that was surrounded by 2 layers of poison arrays. Don't worry, as long as we find those white bone grass, I will be able to find my senior's bones. At that time, I will not mistreat you. Gu Qi said in a sarcastic tone. The white bone grass was the symbol of the fall of the experts of the Baigu group. Previously, the people of the 5 poison sect had coincidentally seen the white bone grass and reported the matter to Tang Huaiji. Wherever there was white bone grass, one had to be careful. All the sects in the Corpse Master sect's territory practiced similar cultivation methods, which would change their physiques. After they died, their corpses might mutate. If they recklessly dug up the white bone grass, they would be in big trouble. But, this elder still wanted to say something. Tang Huaiji directly interrupted him. No buts. As long as we help Gu Qi find the corpses, we will go our separate ways. The remains of a level 8 Imperial Qi expert is enough for each of us to establish a faction comparable to the 5 poison sect. Now that 4 people have died, we will split even more. In fact, he and Gu Qi had a private agreement. As long as they found the corpses, then he would join forces with Gu Qi to eradicate these 5 poison sect elders. After all, there were too many people. And he was not afraid of Gu Qi betraying him, because Gu Qi was his brother. It was just that these elders did not know. The remaining 6 elders looked at each other and all nodded. They were still convinced. The remains of a level 8 Imperial Qi expert, even if it was divided among 10 people, it was still enough. This group continued forward. The 4 people who died just now were not of high realms, while the remaining 6 people had all reached 550 dragons. The strongest was 580 dragons. If the 6 of them joined forces, they could even fight a level 6 Imperial Qi expert. Yi Xian did not hear their words. He was too far away. They continue forward again. Let's wait until they find the corpses first. Yi Xian, who was hiding not far away, thought so in his heart. Just now, he had obtained 4 corpses. He had made a huge profit, and even replenished the corpses of sacred beasts. Because these 5 poison sect elders had previously killed the 100 poison sect elders, and then charged into the 100 poison sect to loot, it would be strange if their pockets were not full. Yi Xian estimated that if he killed the remaining 6 people, he could at least break through to 450 dragons. Next, he followed behind these people, advancing bit by bit. Tang Huaiji in the front group said in a low voice, "That kid is still following us. How did he avoid these dangers? Don't worry about it. Just now, when my white bone battle hoe was chasing him, its foot stepped on the poison powder. If another accident happens, it will be troublesome." Gu Qi replied in a low voice. Fortunately, the 100 poison sect branch leader had just explained the method to break the formation, so they were not blindly breaking the formation. After about 5 minutes, they came out of the 100 poison sect's poison formation. Next, it was the 5 poison sect's own poison formation. This is my 5 poison sect's 100 poison devouring great formation. Other than the 100 types of poisonous grasses, we also sprinkled a large amount of bloodthirsty flying scorpions and other poisonous creatures' larvae. After so long, they should be able to threaten us. Everyone, follow me closely. Be careful. Tang Huaiji still walked in the front, and then entered this 10,000 poison devouring great formation. There was only one way to break this formation, and he remembered it very clearly. As long as there were no accidents, they could easily break this formation. At this time, Yi Xian also walked out of the 100 poison sects poison formation. He could not help but sigh. People who used poison were truly terrifying. Fortunately, he had the sacred tree of life's bloodline, otherwise, he would have died 100 times already. Previously, Old Monster Hong went to a lower-level territory to plant, so there was no need to go through so much trouble. And this plantation was in the Ghost Tomb territory. The 100 Poison Sect and 5 Poison Sect were afraid that the poisonous grasses they painstakingly planted would be taken advantage of by others, so they developed 2 poison formations. In these few months, Yi Xian had learned quite a bit about poisonous grasses. Whenever he saw something he did not recognize on the road, he would quietly pluck a leaf and then increase his resistance to poison. This poison formation was large and complicated. Some of the poisonous grasses grew even taller than Yi Xian. At the same time, there were often things flying through the air. Yi Xian followed very carefully, maintaining a distance of 1,000 meters from the front. This time, the 5 Poison Sects team was very fast. They walked out in less than 3 minutes. We're finally out. Tang Huaiji frowned slightly, because the plantation in front of him had already grown into a forest. There really is something here. Just based on the seeds I scattered, it's impossible for them to grow like this. There must be a powerful poisonous creature entrenched here. I wonder what realm it is. It's at least Royal Qi level 5, maybe Royal Qi level 6. The 6 elders were a little worried. Stop talking. Hurry up and find the white bone grass, then leave. Elder Chen, you lead the way. Tang Huaiji said. Yes. Let me tell you a joke. I'm the author of this super devouring system. Can you give me a drumstick? Get lost. If you don't have money, then you don't have money. What author, idiot? I can use a manuscript in exchange. Chapter 440. Poison Dragon, yes. A 5 Poison Sect elder walked to the front. Previously, he was the one who personally laid down the poison formation. He was also the one who personally saw the white bone grass. Following his memories, they should be able to find the white bone grass. The group went straight into the forest. Not long after, Yi Xian also came out of the second poison array. The poisonous fog in this type of plantation was thinner, so he had to be more careful. The 2 groups of people walked in the poisonous forest. During this time, Tang Huaiji and the others also saw many new poisonous creatures and plants. This made them even more convinced that there was definitely a powerful creature here. However, their goal was the white bone grass. As long as they found the white bone grass, they would immediately leave. As long as they obtained the remains of a royal heir level 8 powerhouse, who would care about this plantation? The leader, Elder Chen, searched for 5 minutes before he finally found the white bone grass. The leaves of the white bone grass were the same shape as human bones. They were white, and there were 8 of them in total. When Gu Qi saw the white bone grass, his eyes lit up. 8 stalks of white bone grass growing from the same root. As expected, this is the place where the senior from the Baigu group died. Gu Qi murmured. At this time, Tang Huaiji suddenly pointed ahead and said, "Look over there, there's a cave." The poison here was very thin, and they could barely see things a few hundred meters away. Everyone followed Tang Huaiji's finger and found a large cave. This was a canyon, so it wasn't strange for caves to appear. However, everyone discovered that there was a huge claw mark at the edge of the cave. Sure enough, there's a big guy. Everyone, keep your voices down. Don't make too much noise. Tang Huaiji whispered. Understood. The others nodded in agreement. They still didn't know what this big guy was, nor did they know how strong its realm was. If it was only at the 5th level of the royal qi, it would be fine, but if it was at the 6th level of the royal qi, then it would be troublesome. For those of us who cultivate death-type techniques, it's extremely easy for our corpses to mutate after we die. There should be a strong deathly aura under those 8 stalks of white bone grass. I need to absorb this deathly aura before I can dig out the corpses. Gu Qi said as he took out 3 hollow bones that were 4 to 5 meters long. Then, he personally carried the 3 bones to the white bone grass and stabbed them into the ground in a triangular formation. The bones were only half a person's height above the ground. Then, he began to form hand seals and set up a spirit formation. This was a method of slowly releasing the death qi underground. If the death qi underground was not released, there would definitely be a death qi explosion. It didn't matter if the explosion killed him, but it would be a tragedy if the universe ring and his corpse were destroyed. When Gu Qi finished setting up the formation, the 3 long bones began to emit white smoke. If the corpse of a royal qi level 8 expert were to explode with death energy, how powerful would it be? An elder could not help but ask. The death energy explosion of a royal air level 8, if we were nearby, we would definitely be blown up into nothingness. This plantation, along with the 2 poison arrays outside, would also be completely destroyed. Bone 7 replied. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. How could this explosion of death qi be so powerful? However, when they thought about how long this expert had been dead, they calmed down. This expert from the Baigu group had been dead for many years. Only a corpse that had been dead for so long could accumulate so much death qi. The death qi spiraled up. After about 2 minutes, Gu Qi put away the 3 long bones. Don't move. I'll dig. Gu Qi ordered the white bone puppet to dig with him. To him, the corpse of a royal qi level 8 expert was much more important than the universe ring. As long as he could obtain this corpse, he could refine another white bone puppet. Its strength might be reduced, but it would still be much stronger than him. Gu Qi dug very carefully, but it didn't take long for him to dig out a bunch of bones. Finger bones, hand bones, sternum, and ribs were dug out one by one. Gu Qi calculated silently in his heart. However, after digging for a long time, he still couldn't find an interspatial ring, which made him very surprised. That's strange. Even the hand bones are out. Where is the universe ring? Tang Huaiji asked in surprise. Could it be that the universe ring has been taken away long ago? An elder murmured. If that was the case, it was too much of a scam. They risked their lives to come here. Were they going to return empty-handed? Gu Qi didn't believe it either. Although he thought the corpse was more important, if he could get the universe ring, he wouldn't lack cultivation resources at royal qi level 7 or even level 8. He didn't believe it and dug for a while, but still couldn't find the universe ring. At this time, even the skull of the corpse had been dug out. Damn it! It has been taken away long ago. Gu Qi couldn't help cursing. Tang Huaiji and the remaining 6 elders were helpless. They also rushed forward and began to dig crazily. With so many people working together, it was inevitable that they would make some noise. At this time, at a place 1,000 meters away from them. Is that the place where the royal qi level 8 expert died? Haven't the corpse been dug out? Is there no universe ring? With his strong perception, Yi Xian could sense the movements of these people. Previously, he was still thinking that if he found the interspatial ring, these people might have internal strife and then fight each other. At that time, he would be able to take advantage of the chaos. But now, without the cosmos ring, his fantasy was ruined. However, at this time. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise fell into everyone's ears. Tang Huaizhi and the others looked up at the cave in the distance and found a huge black shadow slowly walking out. "Oh no, stop!" Tang Huaizhi hurriedly said. Everyone stopped what they were doing and turned to look. Although they were digging together, the sound couldn't be heard so far away. This big guy must have come out by itself. Although the poisonous substance here was thin, they could only see a huge figure. Roar! This big guy stood at the entrance of the cave and roared. Then, it spread its wings and flew up. It was a flying dragon. "Oh no, it's flying toward us!" Tang Huaizhi shouted in a low voice. Only then did they see the appearance of this flying dragon. This was not an ordinary flying dragon, but a poisonous dragon. This poisonous dragon had a layer of black scales on its skin, which was constantly emitting clouds of poisonous gas. Its washbasin-sized eyes stared and fell on Tang Huaizhi and the others. Although warriors could hide their breath, some creatures' perception was not weak. Tang Huaizhi and Gu Qi were both royal Qi level 6. The moment the poisonous dragon came out of the cave, they were discovered. It's just a poisonous dragon of royal Qi level 6. Kill.